Chapter 516. Oh, tell me about it. Huang Tianqin's eyes lit up. It was not easy to kill Jing Yi. Yu Tonghai smiled faintly and said, Martial uncle, you have to kill Jing Yi and prevent him from escaping. I need the wind-splitting dragon falcon and the six-eared, earth-drilling mouse the most. No. Huang Tianqin immediately shook his head. We can invite the six-eared, earth-drilling mouse. However, Lai Feng was good at flying, and the six-eared, earth-drilling mouse was good at drilling. They were only good at one thing. It was Jing Yi's demonic beast, which was rumored to be called the blade-like Qi if he were to rely on flying to shake off the six-eared, earth-drilling mouse. He would be able to escape. It was entangled with the wind-splitting dragon falcon. He shook off the six-eared, earth-drilling mouse. The wind-splitting dragon falcon won't be able to chase after the blade mantis if it burrows into the ground to escape. The six-legged blade-like Qi was powerful in this aspect. He was good at both. He could dig into the ground first and chase after the six-eared, earth-drilling mouse. After getting rid of the wind-splitting dragon falcons that couldn't find them, they emerged from the ground and quickly flew away. Martial uncle, haha, I'm not done yet. He needed the wind-splitting dragon falcon and the six-eared, earth-drilling mouse to kill Jing Yi. However, if that blade-like Qi helps Jing Yi, it will be very troublesome for us. Therefore, we still need to invite another person. Yu Tonghai smiled and said, the number one godly archer in the world, Shen Gong too. Oh, you mean? Huang Tianqin's heart skipped a beat. Lu Xia, who was at the side, nodded and said, that's right. With the blade-like Qi in perfect condition helping Jing Yi, it is indeed impossible for us to kill Jing Yi. Therefore, he could only kill or injure the blade-like Qi first. Then go and kill Jing Yi. The Emptiness Realm experts and insightful Emptiness Realm experts of the land of the 9 prefectures indeed had ways to harm Emptiness Realm demonic beasts. If he couldn't catch up in speed, he would have to rely on long-range attacks. If it was an insightful Emptiness Realm expert, the attack power of the insightful Emptiness Realm expert was already very strong when he used the power of his world. Hence, the power of the concealed weapons was still very strong. If an Emptiness Realm expert used a concealed weapon, it would be difficult for him to injure an Emptiness Realm demonic beast. However, an insightful Emptiness Realm expert was different. Back then, Pei San, the Palace Master of the Heavenly God Palace, relied on his flying dagger ultimate skill to shake off an iron mace in Yu Shijin's hand. The fact that it could shake off the weapon of an Emptiness Realm culmination expert showed how powerful it was. Then he used his flying daggers to injure the six-eared, earth-drilling mouse, causing it to slow down. It's hard to invite an insightful Emptiness Realm expert. However, we can still invite the world's best archer. Shengong Tuesday, Yu Tonghai said confidently. Shengong Tu's godly arrows are extremely powerful, especially the void-piercing arrow. Even insightful Emptiness Realm experts have to be careful. It can even pierce through an Emptiness Realm demonic beast. The power of the void-piercing arrow was extremely terrifying. Back then, Tang Xingshan had relied on the splitting mountain axe to block the arrow, but he was still sent flying for 2 miles and only stopped after smashing a big hole in the city wall. Tang Xingshan's hands were bleeding from the impact, so one could imagine the power of the void-piercing arrow. With Shengong Tu's help, it'll be much easier. Huang Tianqin smiled. It's not easy. It's absolutely possible, Yu Tonghai said with a laugh. I heard that the demonic beast, the blade-like Qi, is good at dodging and evading. When it flew at high speed, it could split into 2. Huang Tianqin said, so what if you're good at dodging? Yu Tonghai had already thought about it, so he said frankly with assurance, Martial uncle, if Shengong Tu shoots from afar, he definitely won't be able to kill or injure the blade-like Qi, however. If the distance is close, how can Shengong Tu miss? The speed of the void-piercing arrow was astonishing. Normally, it would reach a distance of 1 to 2 li in an instant. When the time comes, let Shengong Tu sit on the back of the wind-splitting dragon falcon. The wind-splitting dragon falcon will fly over and quickly approach the blade-like Qi with the speed of the void-piercing arrow. The blade-like Qi definitely won't be able to dodge it. Yu Tonghai smiled confidently and said, "If the blade-like Qi escapes underground, let Shingong Tu chase it on the back of the six-eared earth-drilling mouse. In short, the blade-like Qi has nowhere to run." Lu Xiao nodded and looked at the yellow-clothed youth, Huang Tianqin. Huang Tianqin smiled in satisfaction. The two demonic beasts working together with the world's best archer would definitely kill the blade-like Qi all right. Huang Tianqin stood up, and so did Lu Xia and Yu Tonghai. Lu Xia, you understand the language of beasts. Take the flame dragon fruit to Rongzhou and find the six-eared earth-drilling mouse. Ask it for help. You must ask it to come. Huang Tianqin said solemnly. Martial uncle, don't worry. The six-eared earth-drilling mouse and I have a good relationship. This time, we're going to deal with the blade-like Qi. The six-eared earth-drilling mouse has a grudge against the blade-like Qi. It will definitely come. Lu Xia said with a smile. Yes. Tonghai. Huang Tianqin looked at Yu Tonghai and said, go to the shooting sun god mountain and invite Shingong Tuesday. I'll leave it to you. The Shingong brothers of the shooting sun god mountain had the best archery skills in the world. However, the elder brother, Shingong Tu, was slightly stronger. If Emperor Yu's Hall invites him, he will definitely come. How would he dare to refuse? Yu Tonghai said proudly. Let's not delay. You two go now, Huang Tianqin ordered. Yu Tonghai and Lu Xia, the two emptiness realm experts, immediately left. The people of Emperor Yu's hall worked very fast, especially Lu Xia. Only a few hours after he left, he brought the six-eared, earth-drilling mouse and dove down from the sky, returning to the Blind Bear Mountain Range. Whoosh! On an empty field behind the Blind Bear Mountain Range, the yellow-clothed Huang Tianqin smiled as he watched the six-eared, earth-drilling mouse and Lu Xia descend. Roar! The moment the six-eared, earth-drilling mouse landed, it let out a friendly roar. Huang Tianqin also opened his mouth and let out a roar. The man and the demonic beast actually conversed for a while. Ordinary people needed talent to learn the language of beasts. Usually, it would be difficult to find one in a million people who could learn the language of beasts. However, to an emptiness realm expert, as long as an emptiness realm expert was willing to spend the time to learn and someone was willing to teach him, he or she would be able to learn it. Why was this so? Because the pronunciation of the language of beasts and the human language were fundamentally different. Therefore, ordinary people would find it awkward. They wouldn't understand the difference between the two roars. They didn't understand. Even if they understood, ordinary people wouldn't be able to control their voices well enough to produce the precise language of beasts. However, emptiness realm experts were different. Emptiness realm experts could use the sound transmission technique to eavesdrop on the voices within their domains. They relied on their ability to sense the sound waves. They could clearly sense the vibrations caused by every word spoken. They could transmit the vibrations into the ears of the other party. This was the sound transmission technique. With the ability of emptiness realm experts, they could naturally sense the language of beasts. They could clearly sense the difference in every word spoken in the language of beasts. Therefore, it was much easier for emptiness realm experts to learn the language of beasts. However, someone had to teach them. The Supreme Sex treated the language of beasts as their most precious treasure. How could they teach it to outsiders? For example, no one in the Ying family understood the language of beasts. It seems that the six-eared, earth-drilling mouse's injuries have healed. Huang Tianqin smiled as he looked around the six-eared, earth-drilling mouse. Demonic beasts recover much faster than us. Lu Xia smiled and said he knew that this time he was going to deal with the humans and demonic beasts that chased him. He didn't negotiate with me at all and asked for more flaming dragon fruits. After he accepted the flaming dragon fruits I gave him, he immediately followed me. Now we just have to wait for Tonghai. Huang Tianqin waited quietly. It was obviously harder to invite the world's #1 godly archer, Shingong Tuesday. After about 2 hours, Yu Tonghai finally returned to the Blind Bear Mountain Range. They're here. Huang Tianqin and Lu Xia looked southward. 2 beams of flowing light flew over from the horizon and landed in front of Huang Tianqin and Lu Xia. It was Yu Tonghai and Shingong Tu, who was dressed in animal skin and had black hair. He carried a godly bow on his back. Brother Shingon, Huang Tianqin greeted with a smile. Haha, Brother Huang. Shingon too walked over and said with a smile, Emperor Yu's Hall will definitely be shocking if you don't make a move. Jing, he has the blade-like chi and is very difficult to deal with. Last time, Blind Tai and I worked together, but we couldn't do anything to Jing Yi. I have been suppressing my anger. This time, Brother Huang, Emperor Yu's Hall will help me vent my anger. This time, we will definitely kill Jing, Huang Tianqin said with a smile. Martial Uncle, Yutong Hai, who was at the side, said to Huang Tianqin with the use of the sound transmission technique. I promised Shingon Tu a lot of benefits. This is a small matter. However, I promise that Emperor Yu's Hall will compensate him for the void-piercing arrows he used to kill the blade-like chi. It was extremely difficult to forge the void-piercing arrows. There were only a few void-piercing arrows in the shooting Sun God Mountain. Brother Shingon. Huang Tianqin looked at Shingon Tuesday. Shingon Tu was slightly puzzled. How many void-piercing arrows did you bring this time? Huang Tianqin asked. Same as before, 3. Shingon Tu said with a smile. 3 is too little. Huang Tianqin said. When we set off to kill Jing Yi, we will go to Yinzhou first. Take a few more void-piercing arrows, just in case. Brother Huang, my void-piercing arrow is the #1 godly arrow in the world. 3 is enough to kill the enemy. If 3 arrows can't kill the enemy, more would be useless. Shingon Tu was not willing to use such a treasure. Huang Tianqin frowned and said, I told you to take a few more. Don't worry. After this, Emperor Yu's Hall will compensate you for the void-piercing arrows. The ancient Emperor Yu's Hall was rich and overbearing. Haha, all right. Shingon Tu agreed happily. However, he thought to himself, since I'll compensate you, I might as well use the void-piercing arrows to my heart's content. Brother Jing Yi, this time, I'm sorry. Shingon Tu still remembered how he was humiliated outside Jiangning County City. He had to take revenge. Now, the 6-eared, earth-drilling mouse and Brother Shingon have arrived. Huang Tianqin laughed and said, Tong Hai, Lu Xia, Brother Shingon, the 3 of you, the 6-eared, earth-drilling mouse and the wind-splitting dragon falcon will depart together. I believe you will succeed. Yu Tonghai and Lu Xia were emptiness realm culmination experts of Emperor Yu's Hall. They were both proficient in the heavenly book of the 9 cauldrons. Although they both controlled 100% of the power of the heavens and earth, Yu Tonghai and Lu Xia could use 120% of the power of the heavens and earth through the ultimate moves of the Divine Codex. This was already the limit of an emptiness realm culmination expert. Yu Tonghai or Lu Xia could easily deal with Tung Qingshan in a one-on-one battle. In addition, the wind-splitting dragon falcon, which had existed since Emperor Yu's era, and Shingon Tu, who was the #1 godly arrow in the world. There's no time to lose. You guys should depart now. Huang Tianqin said solemnly, I will wait here for you guys to return with success. Yu Tonghai, Lu Xia, and Shingon Tu cupped their hands and bid farewell. Then they left with the 6-eared, earth-drilling mouse and the wind-splitting dragon falcon. During the annual assembly, the schedule would be very busy. Tomato might not be able to update at 7:30 and 9:30. After all, sometimes the hotel might not have internet. That would be very painful. However, Tomato will try his best to ensure it. Let's shout for monthly votes again. No matter when, we can't be discouraged when it comes to monthly votes. Tomato will fight until the end. Chapter 517. Above the clouds, the golden sunlight shone boundlessly. On the peak of the shooting Sun God Mountain, the wind-splitting dragon falcon's gigantic body floated in the air. As it flapped its wings slightly, the dark brown scales under its fur shone with a chilling dark golden light under the sunlight. Beside him, the 6-eared, earth-drilling mouse, whose entire body was covered in spikes, Lu Xia, who carried a battle axe on his back, and Yu Tonghai, who carried a sharp sword on his back, were all floating in the air like gods. Whoosh! A beam of flowing light flew out from the peak of the shooting Sun God Mountain and stopped beside the two people and the two emptiness realm demonic beasts. It was Shungong too, who carried a godly bow on his back. There were 16 arrows in the quiver on his back. Ha, Brother Lucia, Brother Tonghai, I brought a total of 6 void-piercing arrows. I've even brought 10 void-ripping arrows that are a grade lower. Shungong 2's loud voice rang out. It seems that with Brother Shungong's help, the two of us don't need to do anything, Lu Xia said with a smile. A hint of confidence flashed in Shungong 2's eyes as he said, in the past, this wind-splitting dragon falcon was the godly beast that accompanied Emperor Yu. Its flying speed was the fastest in the land of the 9 prefectures. The 6-eared, earth-drilling mouse was also the intermediate emptiness realm demonic beast in the land of the 9 prefectures. With their help, and my 6 void-piercing arrows, I'll be able to kill them all. Even an insightful emptiness realm expert wouldn't be able to resist, let alone an emptiness realm culmination expert. Even if my 6 void-piercing arrows can't kill him, they can at least severely injure him. If an emptiness realm culmination expert cannot be killed by 6 void-piercing arrows, then I can only commit suicide and seek forgiveness from the founding ancestor of the shooting Sun God Mountain. Brother Shungong, you must be joking. Lu Xia and Yu Tonghai also laughed. The power of the void-piercing arrow was astonishing. It represented the ultimate archery of the shooting Sun God Mountain. The emptiness realm experts in the world also respectfully called the number 1 archery technique in the world. This was an archery technique that could definitely threaten an insightful emptiness realm expert. Tung Qingshan had fought with many emptiness realm experts before. He had withstood the attacks of the emptiness realm experts with all his might, but he had only been pushed back over 10 zhang to 20 to 30 zhang. However, the void-piercing arrow had sent Tung Qingshan flying 2 miles away, and it even caused the city walls to tremble. Its power was extremely terrifying. However, Brother Lu Xia, Brother Tonghai, both of you have mastered the 9 cauldrons' heavenly tome. Any one of them is enough to kill Jing Yi. Shungong 2 smiled and said, this time, let's see who among the 3 of us can kill Jing Yi and the blade-like chi first. All right, let's see who kills it first. Yu Tonghai laughed out loud. Perhaps it's Lai Feng. Lai Feng's stronger than us, Lu Xia smiled. His laughter was filled with absolute confidence. The 3 of them and the 2 emptiness realm demonic beasts transformed into a huge ball of flowing light and flew swiftly towards the northeast. I heard that Jing Yi, the emptiness realm expert, broke off relations with the heavenly god palace. It seemed like Jing Yi really valued the Gui Yuan sect. Having Jing Yi in Yangzhou is a good thing for our Yangzhou. Now, the heavenly god palace had more power to resist them. However, no matter what, within the borders of Yangzhou, the Gui Yuan sect and Qinghu Island will have to fight to the death one day. Jing Yi's protection of the Gui Yuan sect is not a good thing for Qinghu Island. Moreover, with him in the Gui Yuan sect, it will be troublesome for Qinghu Island to mobilize the army to resist the invasion of the heavenly god palace. After the blind sword master learned about Jing Yi and the heavenly god palace, he didn't know if he should be happy or worried. Suddenly, blind Tai, a clear and bright voice rang in the blind sword master's ears. The blind sword master was shocked. He could clearly sense that there were 5 powerful auras in the sky above Qinghu Island. Every single aura was no weaker than the blind sword master's. There was even a ball of aura that seemed to be condensed from a green glow. The blind sword master was shocked. That aura, it's the wind-splitting dragon falcon of Emperor Yu's hall. The blind sword master was shocked. Blind Tai, hurry up and get ready. I will accompany the men of Emperor Yu's hall to kill Jing Yi and that demonic beast. Qinghu Island, hurry up and get ready. After we kill Jing, you can mobilize the army and flatten the Gui Yuan sect. The voice rang in the blind sword master's ears. Blind Tai, you owe me a favor. The blind sword master's expression was strange. He was stunned by this sudden news. Emperor Yu's hall and Shungong too were working together to kill Jing Yi? Ha! Brother Shungong, I will remember this favor. The blind sword master hastily said with the use of the sound transmission technique. He was extremely excited. The 3 men and 2 demonic beasts in the sky had already flown 34 li away and were rushing toward Jiangning County at an extreme speed. We tried to destroy the Gui Yuan sect many times, but we failed every time. The blind sword master was extremely excited. It's because Jing Yi obstructed and sabotaged us. Now, Emperor Yu's Hall has made a move. Emperor Yu's Hall will definitely succeed if they don't make a move. Taipan, the blind sword master hastily shouted. Martial Ancestor, Taipan, who was meditating nearby, jumped in fright and hastily ran over. He was puzzled as he thought to himself, when did Martial Ancestor become so happy and lose his composure? Taipan, hurry up and get ready. If nothing goes wrong, we can mobilize the army and flatten the Gui Yuan sect tonight, the blind sword master ordered. Martial Ancestor, but Jing. Taipan hesitated. After all, he had failed more than once. Don't worry. The blind sword master laughed and said, after today, Jing Yi will no longer exist. Qinghu Island had already started preparing to devour the Gui Yuan sect, which was not protected by an emptiness realm expert after Jing Yi's death. At this moment, the 3 men and 2 demonic beasts had already flown into the territory of Jiangning County at an astonishing speed. Let's go. Let's go to East City. Jing Yi is in East City. Yu Tonghai pointed ahead. Everyone, it's time to kill. The 3 emptiness realm experts appeared slightly excited. In the land of the 9 prefectures, killing an emptiness realm expert was a very rare thing, let alone an emptiness realm expert who was famous and not to be trifled with. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A huge beam of light instantly streaked across the sky and dashed towards East City. In Teng Qingshan's mansion in East City, Teng Qingshan, who was drenched in sweat from practicing his fist art, smiled as he walked to the side of Li Jun, who was sitting by the side of the pond. Li Jun, who was quietly sitting by the side of the pond, was like a quietly blooming lotus. Are you done practicing? Li Jun turned her head and asked with a smile. Yes. Teng Qingshan squatted down and put his ear on Li Jun's abdomen. Let me listen. I want to see what my Teng Qingshan's child is doing now. TSK, TSK. I can even hear the pulsation of his blood vessels. He's so young, but his aura is so strong. It seems like he will definitely be a good seedling for practicing the internal martial art. The child of an emptiness realm expert and an innate expert would usually have a stronger innate blood and chi. Then, Qingshan, teach him well and teach him the fist art. Li Jun smiled happily. Yes, when this matter is over, there will be nothing to do. When the child is born, I will teach him well. At this moment, Teng Qingshan's mood was unprecedentedly peaceful. He felt an indescribable sense of gratitude. He was grateful that the heavens had given him a wife who loved him wholeheartedly and a child. With all these, it was enough. Rumble. For some reason, muffled sounds of thunder could be heard in the sky. The sky changed just like that. Teng Qingshan raised his head and looked at the sky. The sky, which was originally clear and bright, suddenly became gloomy. Muffled thunder sounded, and gusts of strong wind blew. Voila! Even the tranquil pool started to ripple. The waves hit the edge of the pool and made loud noises. Suddenly, Teng Qingshan's facial expression changed. He could clearly sense that there were 5 powerful auras rushing towards East City at an extreme speed from the southwest direction of his domain. The 5 auras were so powerful that the other 4 auras were far stronger than Teng Qingshan's, not to mention the strongest wind-splitting dragon falcon. Teng Qingshan had sensed these 5 auras before and instantly identified them. Lu Xia and Yu Tonghai of Emperor Yu's Hall, Shengong Tu of Shooting Sun God Mountain, the 6-eared earth-drilling mouse, and the terrifying demonic beast of Emperor Yu's Hall, the wind-splitting dragon falcon. Not good. Teng Qingshan's body instantly turned into a blur and appeared on the training field. He grabbed the splitting mountain axe. Blade-like chi. Tung Qingshan's shout instantly reached the six-legged blade-like Qi in the house. The six-legged blade-like Qi woke up immediately when it sensed the 5 powerful auras. When it heard Tung Qingshan's shout, it immediately roared and dashed out of the house to the training field. Li Jun was shocked. "Little Jun, go into the house first," Tung Qingshan said with the use of the sound transmission technique. At the same time, Tung Qingshan leaped onto the back of the six-legged blade-like Qi with the splitting mountain axe in his hand. Fortunately, Tung Qingshan was usually wearing the Hong Tian godly armor, the battle boots, the vambrace, and the inner armor. Except for the helmet and the outer armor, he had already put on the rest of the armor. He didn't need to spend any time to put on the armor. "Brother Yutong Hai, why did the 3 of you come to Yi City?" Tung Qingshan's clear voice instantly rang in the ears of Yutong Hai, Lu Xia, and Shun Gong Tuesday. The 3 of them, who flew as fast as lightning, let out laughter that resounded in the heavens and the earth. The entire Yi City trembled at the sound of their laughter. "Jing Yi, we are here to take your life today." Yutong Hai's shout instantly resounded in the entire Yi City, frightening many citizens of Yi City. Meanwhile, in Tung Qingshan's residence, the 98 youths, Tung Shou and Xue Exin, who were practicing their fist art, were all shocked. "They want to kill Qingshan?" Zhuge Yuan Hong, who also lived here, instantly dashed out of the house and looked up at the sky. "Who wants to kill Qingshan?" Li Jun, who was already pregnant, also looked up at the sky. She was completely flustered. They all knew that the name Jing Yi of Tung Qingshan had spread far and wide. Everyone knew how powerful the six-legged blade-like Qi was. Who would dare to kill Tung Qingshan in such an arrogant manner if they didn't have enough confidence? "Blade-like Qi, let's go." Tung Qingshan's eyes turned cold. Originally, he had a good impression of Emperor Yu's hall because of Emperor Yu. But now all of that disappeared. Roar! The six-legged blade-like Qi flapped its wings and flew toward the north of Yi City at an astonishing speed. The Great Yin Mountain traversed almost half of the territory of Yi City. The southern end of the Great Yin Mountain was closer to Yi City. The six-legged blade-like Qi flapped its wings and flew out of Yi City and into the Great Yin Mountain. "You want to kill me? Let's see how capable you are." Tung Qingshan's angry roar came from the Great Yin Mountain. Boom! The wind-splitting dragon falcon, which was obviously faster than the six-legged blade-like Qi, carried Lu Xia, Yutong Hai, and Shengong Tu on its back and dashed into the Great Yin Mountain. As for the six-eared, earth-drilling mouse, it immediately leaped down from the sky and landed on the Great Yin Mountain. After a few scuttles, it completely disappeared into the Great Yin Mountain. The first chapter is here. There will be a meeting at the starting point at night. The second chapter may be late. During the annual meeting, I can't guarantee that the updates will be at 7:30 and 9:30. I can only try to be as fast as possible. At the same time, I guarantee that there will be 2 updates every day. Please forgive me. Chapter 5:18. It was August, and the trees in the Great Yin Mountain were the most luxuriant. Dark clouds covered the sky, and thunder rumbled. However, there was no rain. For a moment, the entire Great Yin Mountain seemed extremely gloomy. The impatient roars of many wild beasts could be heard in the Great Yin Mountain. Whoosh! The six-legged blade-like Qi stuck close to the surface of the Great Yin Mountain and fled agilely. Emperor Yu's hall really seeks revenge for the smallest grievance. Tung Qingshan knew that he was in a life-and-death situation. Oh no! The wind-splitting dragon falcon is very fast. Within the domain, Tung Qingshan could clearly sense that the wind-splitting dragon falcon, which was carrying the 3 emptiness realm experts, had caught up with him in the blink of an eye. The six-eared, earth-drilling mouse was also chasing after him in the forest. Tung Qingshan turned his head, and his facial expression changed drastically. 1,000 zhang behind them, Shengong Tu of the Shooting Sun God Mountain was standing on the back of the huge wind-splitting dragon falcon. At this moment, Shengong Tu had already drawn his simple and unadorned divine bow into the shape of a full moon. Faint rays of colorful light flowed on the bow. The arrow was very familiar to Tung Qingshan. The cold glint of the arrowhead sent a chill down his spine. Shengong too stared coldly at Tung Qingshan. Oh no, it's the void-piercing arrow. Tung Qingshan hastily instructed the six-legged blade-like Qi, go underground. However, he didn't understand the language of beasts. Thus, the speed at which he instructed the six-legged blade-like Qi was slower than the speed at which Shengong Tu shot the arrow. Drawing the bow, Shengong Tu's aura rose to its peak. Yutong Hai, who was behind Shengong Tu, sneered and said, Jing, let's see if you can survive this. Buzz! Shengong Tu's eyes were like lightning as he released the bowstring with his right hand. Immediately, the void-piercing arrow disappeared from the bowstring as if it had teleported. Even with Tung Qingshan's eyesight and reaction speed, he couldn't see the arrow at all. He only saw the golden afterimage that the void-piercing arrow left in the air. With his domain, Tung Qingshan sensed the terrifying power of the heavens and the earth. He instinctively took a step forward and blocked with the splitting mountain axe. Clang! The void-piercing arrow slammed into the splitting mountain axe, instantly turning the terrifying void-piercing arrow into dust. At the same time, Tung Qingshan's hands, which were holding the splitting mountain axe, were shaken to the point that the webbing between his thumb and forefinger split open and blood flowed out. Rumble, he didn't have the ability to resist at all. In front of the powerful and terrifying force contained in the void-piercing arrow, he could only hear the whistling of the wind beside his ears. His entire body flew out of the six-legged blade-like Qi's back uncontrollably. Bang! With a series of explosions, thick trees were smashed and a large amount of vegetation was swept away. Tung Qingshan only stopped after he brushed against the edge of a small hill and smashed many boulders into pieces. He actually didn't die. Jingyi's axe must have been refined by an insightful emptiness realm expert. Yutong Hai and Lu Xia were shocked when they saw Tung Qingshan flying backward. The martial ancestor of Emperor Yu's hall, Emperor Yu, used an axe. Therefore, many emptiness realm experts of Emperor Yu's hall used axes. Although Emperor Yu's hall had quite a few powerful axes, it didn't matter if they had one more or one less. However, they would still like to collect one more. I must get it later, Lu Xia said to himself. Last time, I sent Jingyi flying. This time, I will kill the blade-like Qi. As Tung Qingshan flew backward and the six-legged blade-like Qi flew toward Tung Qingshan, Shengong Tu drew his bow again and shot another void-piercing arrow. The first arrow sent Tung Qingshan flying, and the second arrow went to kill the six-legged blade-like Qi. This was all part of Shengong Tu's plan. Phew! Tung Qingshan steadied himself and turned his head to look. Roar! The six-legged blade-like Qi dashed toward Tung Qingshan. Its blood-red eyes stared at Tung Qingshan anxiously. As a proud and lonely demonic beast, the six-legged blade-like Qi rarely acknowledged demonic beasts, let alone humans. However, once it acknowledged someone, the six-legged blade-like Qi would treat the human as a true friend and partner. It wanted to save Tung Qingshan. Blade-like Qi, be careful. Tung Qingshan's facial expression changed drastically as he hastily shouted with the use of the sound transmission technique. Shengong Tu, who had already drawn his bow again, stared coldly at the six-legged blade-like Qi below. A colorful glow encircled the bow in his hand and then gathered on the void-piercing arrow. The void-piercing arrow glowed with a golden light, and the ice-cold arrowhead glowed with a terrifying cold light. The corners of Shengong Tu's mouth curled up slightly as he released his right hand. Buzz! The void-piercing arrow instantly disappeared from the bowstring. The six-legged blade-like Qi sensed a fierce aura rapidly enveloping it from behind. It was already prepared. Instantly, its two pairs of wings shook, and its body instantly split into two. Puchi! A void-piercing arrow instantly pierced through the front left wing of the six-legged blade-like Qi at the same time. It pierced through the black scales on the left side of the six-legged blade-like Qi's body. The arrowhead then emerged from the bottom of the six-legged blade-like Chi's shoulder. Roar! With a painful roar, the six-legged blade-like Chi tilted involuntarily and crashed into a large tree at the side, causing the tree to explode into splinters of wood. When the wings, which were sharper than blades, brushed past some trees and plants, they were directly cut down. Blade-like Chi. Tung Qingshan's expression changed drastically. "Quick, get into the ground." Tung Qingshan roared and pointed to the ground. At this moment, high up in the sky, Shengong too, who was on the back of the wind-splitting dragon falcon, had already drawn his divine bow again. It was obvious that he was about to shoot the third arrow. Chi-Chi, the six-legged blade-like Chi, was not stupid. After its body crashed into a large number of trees and plants, it immediately brandished its six blade-like arms and rapidly disappeared from the surface of the earth. Although the six-legged blade-like Chi was hit by the arrow this time, the void-piercing arrow didn't hit its vital parts because it dodged quickly enough. However, its wings were injured, so its flying speed and agility were greatly reduced. "Brother Lu, Brother Tonghai, go kill Jing Yi with the wind-splitting dragon falcon. I will deal with the blade-like Chi," Shengong Tu said confidently with the use of the sound transmission technique. And then, whoosh. Shengong Tu flew to the back of the six-eared, earth-drilling mouse. Shengong Tu, who understood the language of beasts, roared softly, and the six-eared, earth-drilling mouse quickly drilled into the ground and chased after the injured six-legged blade-like Chi. "This is bad." Nearby, Tung Qingshan's expression changed drastically. The blade-like Chi's speed underground is not as fast as the six-eared, earth-drilling mouse. Now, the blade-like Chi is injured. Now, the six-eared, earth-drilling mouse and Shengong Tu are working together. Shengong Tu. Tung Qingshan was filled with hatred. If it weren't for Shengong Tu, with the blade-like Chi's dodging speed and defense, it would be almost impossible for an ordinary emptiness realm culmination expert to kill the blade-like Chi. Haha. Brother Jing, let us send you off. The wind-splitting dragon falcon, Lu Xia, and Yutong Hai had already swooped down, bringing with them a gust of fierce wind that shattered a large number of trees and brambles. "You want to kill me?" Tung Qingshan dashed through the forest. Ever since he entered the Great Yin Mountain, he had a specific destination in mind. His destination was the Frost Jade Pool. This was because a demonic dragon and a golden dragon turtle were at the bottom of the Frost Jade Pool. "You still want to escape at this time?" "Haha, Jing Yi. You have to understand that the godly armor of Emperor Yu's Hall is not that easy to obtain." Yu Tonghai's wild laughter drilled into Tung Qingshan's ears. At this moment, the wind-splitting dragon falcon had already arrived above Tung Qingshan's head. "Oh no!" Tung Qingshan immediately drilled into the ground. Whoosh! The wind-splitting dragon falcon, which had a pair of dark green eyes, opened its sharp beak slightly, and an invisible hidden weapon that looked like an air spike instantly pierced through the air. Humph! Tung Qingshan immediately used the splitting mountain axe to block diagonally above him. Pong! Many patterns on the surface of Tung Qingshan's splitting mountain axe had been shaken off. Only the patterns on the handle and the back of the axe remained. However, at this moment of intense combat, Lu Xia and the others didn't pay attention to the patterns on the godly axe. They only knew that Tung Qingshan had been blasted deep into the ground. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Xia and Yu Tonghai, one with a battle axe and the other with a sharp sword, dove into the mountainous terrain as if they were diving into the water. Puchi! Puchi! The two of them had already drilled into the ground rapidly. Previously, he blocked the void-piercing arrow. This time, he blocked the attack of the wind-splitting dragon falcon. Even if he didn't die, his arm should have been injured. Yu Tonghai said with the use of the sound transmission technique, "Senior Marshal Brother Lu. This time, let's see who can kill Jingyi first." All right. Yu Tonghai and Lu Xia rapidly went underground. At this moment, there was another chase going on underground. Although the six-legged blade-like Chi relied on its six blade-like arms to move extremely nimbly underground, the six-eared, earth-drilling mouse was closing in on it. At this moment, the six-eared, earth-drilling mouse was only 50 zhang away. The distance between them was shrinking. Humph, evil creature. Let's see if you can survive this. Shengong too drew his bow again. The power of the heavens and earth surged and gathered on the bow. It fused according to a strange pattern. Part of it formed a transparent power that gathered on the bowstring, while the other part formed a golden power that gathered on the void-piercing arrow. Shengong too knocked an arrow and closed his eyes. He could clearly sense the powerful aura more than 400 feet in front of him. That's it. Without any regard for the consequences, Shengong too's sword shot directly towards the center of the aura. Xiao! The void-piercing arrow had almost no effect on the soil, sand, and rocks. In an instant, the void-piercing arrow had already passed through. However, since the six-legged blade-like chi was underground, its instantaneous dodging speed was obviously slower than its dodging speed in midair. Moreover, the distance of the void-piercing arrow was too close, so the six-legged blade-like chi could barely flap its wings. Poochie. The void-piercing arrow pierced through the root of the six-legged blade-like chi's front right wing, pierced through its scales, and came out from its chest. This strike, it was a near-fatal blow. Roar! The six-legged blade-like chi let out an extremely painful and somewhat mournful roar. Gurgle! The frightening green blood seeped out from the six-legged blade-like chi's teeth. Its blood-red eyes were filled with anger, madness, and pain. Tung Qingshan, who had also been blasted underground and was rapidly drilling towards the six-legged blade-like chi, could clearly sense the terrifying aura of the void-piercing arrow within his domain. The void-piercing arrow instantly hit the six-legged blade-like chi roar. Tung Qingshan heard the mournful roar. Tung Qingshan's facial expression changed. He felt as if his heart had been ruthlessly pierced by a sword. Pain, guilt. The six-legged blade-like chi had followed Tung Qingshan for very little. It had only watched Tung Qingshan practice his fist art so that it could study its Tao. However, because of Tung Qingshan, the six-legged blade-like chi had fallen into a desperate situation. Blade-like chi. Blade-like chi. No. Tung Qingshan's facial expression was ferocious. His heart was filled with a strong desire to destroy. Emperor Yu's Hall? Emperor Yu's Hall? I, Tung Qingshan, will not let you off. Boom! With all his might, Tung Qingshan dashed towards the six-legged blade-like chi. You can't die. Blade-like chi, you can't die. End of 2 chapters. During the annual assembly, I guarantee that I will update 2 chapters a day. Brothers, increase the monthly votes. Chapter 519. One arrow pierced through its shoulder, and the other pierced through its chest. The second arrow had pierced through the vital organs of the six-legged blade-like chi, however. As a demonic beast with an extremely strong vitality, as long as its Naiwan palace wasn't pierced, wouldn't die on the spot. Roar! The six-legged blade-like chi roared, and fresh blood flowed from its mouth. At the same time, it rushed towards Tung Qingshan with all its might. Blade-like chi. Nearby, Tung Qingshan rushed over with all his might. Haha! Evil creature, are you still not dead? The sand cracked, and the majestic Shengong too could be seen standing on the back of the six-eared, earth-drilling mouse that was shaped like an awl. He had already taken out a dark golden void tearing arrow. In Shengong too's eyes, the dying six-legged blade-like chi wasn't worthy of him using another void tearing arrow. Even if I don't attack this evil creature, its internal organs will be severely injured. I'm afraid it will die soon. He pulled the godly bow again. The dark golden void tearing arrow was placed on the bowstring, and the godly bow was pulled to its fullest. Shengong too frowned and thought to himself, this Jing, he runs really fast. Lu Xia and Yu Tonghai have arrived. When the time comes, the 3 of them will work together, and Jing, he won't be able to escape. Jing Yi. Oh, Jing Yi, you really don't want your life for this demonic beast. Chi-Chi, at the tip of the dark golden void tearing arrow, a spiraling spatial crack started to appear. Shengong too didn't get distracted anymore. He let Ting Qing Shan and the six-legged blade-like Qi meet up. He immersed himself in the process, and his aura grew stronger and stronger. Rumble, Tung Qing Shan smashed a huge underground rock, and like a meteorite, he charged towards the six-legged blade-like Qi in a straight line. Qi, the strong power of the heavens and the earth, filled Tung Qing Shan's surroundings, pushing up the soil within a radius of several zhang. At this moment, the six-legged blade-like Qi appeared in Tung Qing Shan's line of sight. The six-legged blade-like Qi was severely injured, and the two void-piercing arrows had cracks on them. The green blood of the blade-like Qi also stained the corners of its mouth and chest. Roar! The six-legged blade-like Qi stared at Tung Qing Shan with its blood-red eyes. Blade-like Qi. When Tung Qing Shan saw the arrowhead protruding from the six-legged blade-like Qi's chest, the anger that filled his chest was about to erupt. For a moment, his heart was filled with endless murderous intent and the intent to destroy. Everything fell into place. Tung Qing Shan, who had been diligently practicing the three postures and pondering the Tao of Death, always felt that he was lacking something. At this moment, he instantly broke through that barrier. Boom! The power of the heavens and earth around Tung Qing Shan trembled violently. Almost instantly, a dense black power mixed with the power of the earth surrounded Tung Qing Shan's body. The fire elemental Tao, the metal elemental Tao, and a portion of the water elemental Tao merged to form the Tao of Death, also known as the Tao of Destruction. Naturally, the fire elemental Tao and the metal elemental Tao that Tung Qing Shan originally controlled also merged to form the power of death, which took up 50% of the power of the heavens and earth. In an instant, Tung Qing Shan's control over 60% of the power of the heavens and earth rose to 70%. In addition, Tung Qing Shan's physical strength was equivalent to 10% of the power of the heavens and earth. That was 80%. If he used the 36 splitting mountain forms to unleash his most powerful technique, he would definitely be able to reach 95% of the power of the heavens and earth. The Tao of Destruction, kill. Kill everyone who obstructs me. I want them all to die. Ever since Tung Qing Shan received guidance from Pei San, his state of mind had always been relatively calm. He had never felt so angry and murderous before. The moment Tung Qing Shan comprehended the Tao of Destruction, he realized that the Tao of Destruction and death required a resolute and decisive heart to destroy. Kill everything. Destroy everything. However, at this moment, he could clearly sense that Shen Gong Tu, who was standing with the six-eared, earth-drilling mouse, had gathered a terrifying amount of power of the heavens and earth in his hands. He could tell that. He is going to shoot the arrow again. Tung Qing Shan was so angry that the corners of his eyes were about to crack. The six-eared, earth-drilling mouse was still approaching. The distance between the two continued to shrink. Over 20 zhang, over 10 zhang, roar the six-legged blade-like Qi desperately tried to dodge. Shengong Tu Da, Tung Qing Shan roared. Instead of running away with the six-legged blade-like Qi, he turned around and dashed towards Shengong Tuesday originally. One was chasing while the other was fleeing, so the distance between the two was shrinking rather slowly. When the six-eared, earth-drilling mouse and Tung Qing Shan charged toward each other, the distance of over 10 zhang was covered in an instant. Shengong Tu's indifferent eyes widened, as if lightning was flashing within them. Without any hesitation, he loosened his right hand. "You're courting death." A dark golden arrow instantly pierced through the obstructions of the mud and rocks, and a clang sound could be heard. Facing such a terrifying arrow at such a close distance, no matter how fast Tung Qing Shan's reaction was, he wouldn't be able to block this arrow with the splitting mountain axe. However, Tung Qing Shan didn't even think of using the splitting mountain axe to block the arrow. "Kill me. You want to kill me?" As Tung Qing Shan was hit by the arrow, he swung the splitting mountain axe in a frenzy. The huge axe, which had a dark afterglow, contained a terrifying aura that shocked Shengong Tuesday. This isn't right. He could only raise the godly bow in front of him to block this attack. With a bang, Shengong Tu's entire body was sent flying by the attack. However, Tung Qingshan only took 2 steps back. Oof. Tung Qingshan lowered his head and looked at his chest. Only his outer garment was damaged. However, there was only a white dot on the inner armor of the Hong Tian godly armor. It's not even a void-piercing arrow. Yet you want to injure me? Wearing the Hong Tian godly armor, which was second only to the omnipotent battle armor, Tung Qingshan was extremely confident. Shengong Tu, who had been sent flying by Tung Qingshan's axe, was completely shocked. He had fought with Tung Qingshan before. Although he was weaker in terms of defense, he still believed that Tung Qingshan was not stronger than him. However, the scene just now, the power of Tung Qingshan's axe was obviously much stronger than the one he had used in the battle outside Jiangning County City. Brother Lu Xia, Brother Tong Hai, Jing, he seems to have made a breakthrough. I reckon that he is almost as strong as Blind Tai, Shengong Tu said anxiously with the use of the sound transmission technique. At this moment, Lu Xia and Yu Tong Hai were already closing in on Tung Qingshan. Even if he is Blind Tai, without the help of the blade-like qi, he will definitely die, Yu Tong Hai said confidently to Shengong Tu with the use of the sound transmission technique. Yu Tong Hai and Lu Xia could both display 120% of the power of the heavens and the earth. With such strength, they had the wind-splitting dragon falcon in the sky and the 6-eared earth-drilling mouse underground. On the other hand, the 6-legged blade-like qi on Tung Qingshan's side was already severely injured. It had nowhere to run. After Tung Qingshan forced Shengong Tu to retreat with his axe, he immediately chased after the 6-legged blade-like qi. He could clearly feel that the aura of the 6-legged blade-like qi had weakened slightly. The vital part of the blade-like qi is really injured. Tung Qingshan was shocked. Roar! When the 6-legged blade-like qi saw Tung Qingshan approaching, it turned its head and stared at Tung Qingshan with its blood-red eyes on its triangular head. At this moment, Tung Qingshan couldn't care about anything else. He took out a jade box with lightning speed. He opened the jade box and quickly took out one of the 2 grass of immortality. The grass of immortality had 7 leaves and a 7-colored halo circulated faintly. Just by taking a deep breath while approaching the grass of immortality, Tung Qingshan felt his body become much more relaxed. He always carried the grass of immortality with him. It was just in case. Fortunately, I brought it with me. Blade-like qi. Tung Qingshan didn't care whether the grass of immortality was important or not. He immediately threw the grass of immortality to the 6-legged blade-like qi. The 6-legged blade-like qi's blood-red eyes were filled with desire for life. The 6-legged blade-like qi opened its mouth and swallowed the entire grass of immortality. As soon as it swallowed the grass of immortality, the aura of the 6-legged blade-like qi increased visibly. It is indeed miraculous. Tung Qingshan leaped onto the back of the 6-legged blade-like qi and pointed upwards. Roar! The 6-legged blade-like qi roared vigorously and immediately drilled upwards at an extremely fast speed. The 6-eared earth-drilling mouse was very timid and cautious. When Shengong Tu was sent flying, it didn't fight to the death with Tung Qingshan and the 6-legged blade-like qi instead. It approached Shengong Tu and allowed Shengong Tu to get onto its back again. In just an instant, Tung Qingshan had already fed the 6-legged blade-like qi a grass of immortality. The 6-eared earth-drilling mouse couldn't be blamed. The last time it went to help Hong Tian City, it had suffered a great loss. Today's mission was to help chase, not to kill. Naturally, it wouldn't risk its life. Whoosh! Whoosh! Yu Tong Hai and Lu Xia could almost see the shadow of the 6-legged blade-like qi charging upwards at an extremely fast speed. Just a little bit more, and they would have caught up. How did the aura of the 6-legged blade-like qi become much stronger so quickly? I'm not sure. Don't worry about anything else. Now that the blade-like qi is severely injured, let's take this opportunity to finish it off. Yu Tong Hai and Lu Xia rapidly drilled upwards. Pa! 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 At this moment, the sky was filled with dark clouds, and it was raining heavily. The Great Yin Mountain was also filled with rain. A huge flying demonic beast hovered high in the sky. It was an emptiness realm demonic beast, the wind-splitting dragon falcon, that had once followed Emperor Yu. The wind-splitting dragon falcon was staring coldly downwards with its mouth wide open. Bang! The damp mountainous area suddenly exploded, and two large trees that were adjacent to each other on the mountainous area were knocked down. Roar! Carrying Tung Shan on its back, the six-legged blade-like Qi dashed out at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, the wind-splitting dragon falcon, which was hovering in mid-air, instantly shot an incorporeal sharp spike down from its sharp mouth. Roar! The six-legged blade-like Qi seemed extremely excited. It actually made a frightening movement in the mountain forest. Instantly, three shadows of the six-legged blade-like Qi appeared where it had been standing. Puchi! The incorporeal sharp spike brushed past the edge of the six-legged blade-like Qi's scales and shot into the mountainous area, leaving an immeasurably deep and small hole on the ground. However, this extremely narrow and deep hole was immediately buried. Bang, bang, bang. Shangong Tu, Lu Xia, and Yu Tonghai, who were standing on the back of the six-eared, earth-drilling mouse, dashed out of the ground almost at the same time. Wasn't the blade-like Qi's wings destroyed by me? How is this possible? As soon as Shangong Tu came out, he saw the six-legged blade-like Qi, who had performed an amazing dodging move. He was completely stunned. Crack! Crack! The void-piercing arrow that pierced into the six-legged blade-like Qi's body naturally broke and fell to the ground. Not even a wound could be seen on the six-legged blade-like Qi scales. Roar! An excited roar resounded in the sky above the Great Yin Mountain. This is the end of the first chapter. Today is the day of the annual meeting of Qidian. All the authors are away and have only returned recently. Tomato has just finished his first chapter. During the annual meeting, there are times when I really can't do anything. Please forgive me. Yes, there will definitely be a second chapter today. Chapter 520. How is this possible? Impossible, its wings can't be intact. Lu Xia and Yu Tonghai were also completely stunned. They had seen Shangong Tu injure the six-legged blade-like Qi with his own eyes. However, there was not a single wound on the six-legged blade-like Qi's back or wings. The scales on his chest were neat and tidy. There was no damage at all, let alone a wound. The grass of immortality. Even if someone has just died, as long as their spirit hasn't dissipated, they can instantly revive them. It is one of the best spirit treasures in the world. How can this medicinal effect be taken lightly? Tung Shan's heart was also bursting with excitement. This was his first time using the grass of immortality, but its effects were already so amazing. Blade-like Qi, let's go. Tung Shan hastily pointed the way, and the six-legged blade-like Qi roared proudly. It flapped its two pairs of wings and shot into the distance in a nearly perfect arc whoosh. Whoosh! Whoosh! Shangong Tu, Yu Tonghai, and Lu Xia leaped onto the back of the wind-splitting dragon falcon almost at the same time. Quickly chase after them, Yu Tonghai said anxiously. Lu Xia also let out a low cry. The wind-splitting dragon falcon transformed into a dazzling streak of light and rapidly closed the distance between it and Tung Shan. In the forest, the six-eared, earth-drilling mouse was also running. So fast, Tung Shan didn't need to turn his head. He could clearly sense the four emptiness realm experts closing in on him. They were about to catch up with him. Phew! The six-legged blade-like Qi's two pairs of wings flapped violently and made a V-shaped turn in the air within a radius of several zhang. This sudden turn in the air, while flying at an extremely high speed, required the agility of a flying emptiness realm demonic beast. The wind-splitting dragon falcon flapped its wings and actually made a great turn in the air. Although it was slightly slower than the blade-like Qi, it still displayed the ability of the fastest flying emptiness realm demonic beast in the land of the 9 prefectures. Not good. On the back of the six-legged blade-like Qi, Tung Shan's facial expression changed slightly as he said, The speed of this wind-splitting dragon falcon is too fast. In terms of straight-line speed, it is much faster than the blade-like chi. Even if the blade-like chi was ahead by a little, it would still be caught up quickly. Even if the blade-like chi changed its direction in an instant. However, the wind-splitting dragon falcon is also extremely fast in changing directions. It's only a hair's breadth away. It can close the distance in just a breath's time. Besides, once the distance between them closes, Shengong too, who is on the back of the wind-splitting dragon falcon, will be able to shoot the void-piercing arrow. Tung Qingshan knew very well how terrifying the void-piercing arrow was. Now that he had comprehended the Tao of Death, his strength had increased greatly. However, in front of the void-piercing arrow, even if he could block it with the splitting mountain axe, he would still be sent flying. Once Tung Qingshan was sent flying, the blade-like chi, which would be besieged by many emptiness realm experts, would fall into a desperate situation. What should I do? What should I do? Tung Qingshan was extremely anxious. The six-legged blade-like chi was also aware of the danger it was in. Therefore, it didn't dare to fly in a straight line. It could only change its direction abruptly when the distance between the two of them had shrunk to 50 to 60 zhang. In fact, he would even change directions at an extremely fast speed or change directions almost vertically in an instant, relying on his agility to maintain the distance between the two sides. Oh no! Tung Qingshan could already sense that Shengong too, who was standing on the back of the wind-splitting dragon falcon, had already drawn his bow and knocked an arrow. That arrow was the terrifying void-piercing arrow. No matter how agile the six-legged blade-like chi is, it can only maintain a distance of 50 to 60 zhang. Tung Qingshan was extremely anxious as he thought to himself. However, Shengong too is able to display his terrifying Tao of archery within a distance of 50 to 60 zhang. Sigh. If the six-legged blade-like chi could fly a little longer, it would be able to leave the six-eared, earth-drilling mouse behind. The six-legged blade-like chi's method of escaping was to drill into the ground. However, the prerequisite was to leave the six-eared, earth-drilling mouse far behind. Unfortunately, the people of Emperor Yu's Hall were not stupid. They would not waste time with Tung Qingshan. Therefore, Shengong too was going to shoot the void-piercing arrow again. Jing, you can't escape. Just surrender and hand over the grass of immortality. Yu Tonghai and Lu Xia communicated with each other with the use of the sound transmission technique one after the other. They were not stupid. When they realized that the six-legged blade-like chi was unharmed, they could only think of one spiritual treasure of the heavens and earth, the grass of immortality. Although the dreamy cloud-white fruit had such a miraculous effect, the people of the land of the 9 prefectures only knew that the grass of immortality had such a miraculous effect. A stalk of grass of immortality could increase one's lifespan by 200 years. It could instantly revive a person who had just died. Such a precious treasure. Even Yu Tonghai and Lu Xia were tempted. In the history of the land of the 9 prefectures, the grass of immortality was very rare. Only the legendary Undying Phoenix had the grass of immortality. Even Pei San of the Heavenly God Palace had gone to the Undying Phoenix to ask for a stalk of grass of immortality. One could imagine how precious the grass of immortality was. You think you can get the grass of immortality? Dream on. With the splitting mountain axe in his hand, Tung Qingshan stood on the back of the six-legged blade-like chi and turned to face the wind-splitting dragon falcon. The wind-splitting dragon falcon suddenly sank slightly, causing the wind-splitting dragon falcon to be much lower than the six-legged blade-like chi, however. At this moment, Shengong Tu's eyes turned cold, and he loosened his right hand. Whoosh! He could only feel a golden afterimage in the air. How sinister! With his domain, Tung Qingshan could clearly sense that the fierce power of the heavens and the earth, which represented the void-piercing arrow, was shooting toward the lower abdomen of the six-legged blade-like chi from below. If the arrow was shot from above, it would be easily blocked by Tung Qingshan. Although one arrow was enough to send Tung Qingshan flying, he had only brought 6 void-piercing arrows this time. He had used 3 arrows previously, but he had not been able to kill the 6-legged blade-like Qi now. Shengong, too, didn't dare to be careless anymore. His goal was to severely injure or kill the 6-legged blade-like Qi roar. The 6-legged blade-like Qi roared and waved its 6 blade-like arms almost simultaneously. Clang! A loud sound shook the heavens, and the 6-legged blade-like Qi's entire body was sent flying upwards at an extremely fast speed. Tung Qingshan, who was on the back of the 6-legged blade-like Qi, glanced down through his cicada-like wings. He saw that one of the 6-legged blade-like Qi's middle-level blade-like arms had been pierced by the void-piercing arrow, and the void-piercing arrow itself seemed to have shattered. Kacha kacha! The shattered void-piercing arrow fell downwards. The blade-like Qi's blade-like arm is injured. This way, the blade-like Qi's drilling speed will definitely decrease. Tung Qingshan knew very well that even if a wolf lost one leg, it would still have 3 legs intact. It wasn't that its speed was only 70 to 80% of its original speed. It was that its speed was probably not even half of its original speed. As for the 6-legged blade-like Qi, one of its blade-like arms was severely injured. Thus, its previously perfect drilling spikes were missing a link and were no longer perfect. Roar! The 6-legged blade-like Qi let out a proud roar. Why are the 6 limbs of this demonic beast, the blade-like Qi, so hard? Shengong, too, who had shot the arrow, was shocked. He had pierced through the 6-legged blade-like Qi twice, and both times, the void-piercing arrow had pierced through the 6-legged blade-like Qi's body. Unfortunately, he didn't know that the toughest part of the 6-legged blade-like Qi's body were its 6 blade-like arms. The 6 blade-like arms even dared to fight against Tung Qingshan's splitting mountain axe. Firstly, Tung Qingshan was not strong enough. In his hands, the splitting mountain axe was only a slightly sharp godly weapon. Secondly, the 6-legged blade-like Qi's blade-like arms were really hard. Even though the void-piercing arrow was extremely powerful, it was only able to pierce through one of the blade-like arms before its power completely dissipated. The injury of the blade-like arms will affect the ability to drill underground, but it won't affect the ability to fly. Tung Qingshan instantly understood the reason for the 6-legged blade-like Qi's joy. Shengong, too, still has 2 void-piercing arrows in his quiver, and the rest are all inferior godly arrows. Now, he still needs to endure 2 more arrows. At this moment, Tung Qingshan didn't dare to be careless. He held the splitting mountain axe in his hand and prepared to block the attacks at any time. If he could block one attack, he would consume 1 void-piercing arrow. Screech! The wind-splitting dragon falcon suddenly emitted an angry screech. For a moment, streaks of formless blades of air shot out from the sharp beak of the wind-splitting dragon falcon. Tens of blades of air instantly covered all of the 6-legged blade-like Qi's escape routes. There was no way to dodge, so it could only take the attack head-on. Clang! 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 A series of crisp sounds rang out. The 6-legged blade-like Qi and Tung Qingshan's splitting mountain axe made several crisp sounds. The 6-legged blade-like Qi's speed and agility were immediately affected. Roar! A deep roar that caused the entire Great Yin Mountain to tremble rang out from underground. The wind-splitting dragon falcon, which had been pursuing the 6-legged blade-like Qi at an extreme speed, immediately looked towards the surface of the ground nearby. A loud rumbling sound rang out. The ground split open, and a blurry afterimage flashed past. The torrential rain had been pouring down, but at this moment, the rain within a radius of 10 li suddenly stopped. Amidst the dark clouds, a huge, hazy mass of clouds appeared. Within the mass of clouds, a huge, snake-like, soft body could be seen slithering slowly. For a moment, within the mass of clouds, dark purple dragon scales, terrifying dragon claws, and swaying dragon tails could be seen. Suddenly, a huge dragon head with 2 forked dragon horns emerged from the mass of clouds. Its crystal white dragon whiskers drooped down, and its pair of dark golden eyes stared at the wind-splitting dragon falcon in midair. The wind-splitting dragon falcon raised its head and stared at the demonic dragon that had appeared abruptly. Screech! The wind-splitting dragon falcon instantly screeched. The soft fur on the surface of its body instantly stuck to its scales, and the soft fur instantly became extremely hard. The space around the wind-splitting dragon falcon's green eyes began to vibrate. The two terrifying demonic beasts that had lived for over 6,000 years were now confronting each other. Roar! The demonic dragon Violet Rain's golden eyes were filled with rage after its dignity was violated. In the past, the wind-splitting dragon falcon had followed Emperor Yu to manage the rivers of the world and had fought against the demonic dragon Violet Rain. In the end, the demonic dragon Violet Rain had no choice but to bow its head to Emperor Yu. However, the wind-splitting dragon falcon, which was weaker than it, had teamed up with Emperor Yu to bully it. The demonic dragon Violet Rain had always been hostile to it. However, the demonic dragon had its dignity. After Emperor Yu's death, it would not go against its promise and cause trouble for the wind-splitting dragon falcon. However, today, the wind-splitting dragon falcon dared to show off its might above its lair. How could it tolerate this? Roar! The demonic dragon Violet Rain suddenly swooped down from the mass of clouds high in the sky. Its enormous body was several times larger than the wind-splitting dragon falcon. When Tung Qingshan saw this, he couldn't help but feel overjoyed. He hastily said in a low voice, "Blade-like Qi, let's go." At the same time, he pointed the way. Whoosh! The six-legged blade-like Qi was not stupid. It didn't care about watching the battle and immediately fled. Screech! The wind-splitting dragon falcon had been paying attention to the six-legged blade-like Qi at this moment. When it saw the six-legged blade-like Qi, it couldn't help but let out a high-pitched screech. It immediately streaked across the sky in an arc, dodging the demonic dragon Violet Rain as it chased after the six-legged blade-like Qi. The demonic dragon Violet Rain was immediately enraged. It had personally attacked, but this despicable bird actually dared to ignore it and chase after another Emptiness Realm demonic beast. The fact that the demonic dragon Violet Rain ignored it and chased after the other Emptiness Realm demonic beast without even fighting made the demonic dragon Violet Rain roar angrily. Its roar shook the vast sky. Then it transformed into a blurry shadow and instantly chased after the other Emptiness Realm demonic beast. 2 chapters completed. I have been running for the whole day. I am really tired. Yes, I shout again. Monthly votes, recommendation votes, shoot at me. Chapter 521. Not good. The wind-splitting dragon falcon is here. Tung Qingshan was shocked. This wind-splitting dragon falcon is ignoring the legendary Violet Rain demon dragon. Originally, he thought that the famous demonic dragon Violet Rain would be able to stall the wind-splitting dragon falcon for a moment, allowing him and the six-legged blade-like Qi to escape. After all, as long as he was 34 li away from the other party, it would be fine. Unfortunately, this time, Emperor Yu's Hall was determined to kill Tung Qingshan. Screech! An angry screech sounded. The wind-splitting dragon falcon, which was pursuing the six-legged blade-like Qi at an extremely fast speed, emitted an angry glow from its eyes. Once again, it shot out invisible blades of air from its sharp beak. The powerful blades of air instantly enveloped the area around the six-legged blade-like Qi, making it impossible for the six-legged blade-like Qi to dodge. This move again. Tung Qingshan's expression changed. Clang! 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 A series of clashing sounds rang out. The six-legged blade-like Qi's agility and speed were affected, and the distance between the two sides instantly shrunk to a distance of over 30 zhong. Jing, don't even think of escaping. Today, you will definitely die. Shengong Tu's cold voice entered Tung Qingshan's ears. Shengong Tu, who was standing high up on the back of the wind-splitting dragon falcon, had already drawn his godly bow to its fullest extent. The fifth void-piercing arrow was already knocked on the bowstring. Seven-colored light continuously flowed along the bow, and the void-piercing arrow itself also faintly glowed with a cold golden light. Shingong Tu's expression suddenly turned solemn. Rumble, an ice-blue beam of light, which was surrounded by clouds and mist, suddenly shot out from the mouth of the purple rain demonic dragon, which caused the heavens and earth to tremble. The moment this beam of light flew out, it was as if the entire space had been frozen. Shingong Tu, Lu Xia, and Yu Tonghai, who were on the back of the wind-splitting dragon falcon, felt the temperature drop to a frightening level that made them shiver uncontrollably. This instantaneous low temperature caused the wind-splitting dragon falcon to suddenly turn around. It also affected Shingong Tu, who was about to shoot the void-piercing arrow. The wind-splitting dragon falcon spun around and opened its mouth to spit out an invisible air spike. Puff! There was a very small sound as the air spikes collided with the icy blue light and exploded. Walala! The shattered icy blue light spread out in all directions. For a moment, the water vapor in the air was completely frozen due to the heavy rain and spread out in all directions. Even the treetops of the trees below were instantly covered in frost and continued to spread downwards. A large tree was instantly covered in silvery white frost, and even many of the flowers and grasses that were swaying in the wind were instantly frozen. Crack! All the frozen trees and plants instantly turned into ashes. What's up with this demonic dragon? Shingong Tu, who was on the back of the wind-splitting dragon falcon, was somewhat angry. However, he did not dare to attack the purple rain demonic dragon when he sensed its powerful soul aura. It should be known that this was a terrifying demonic beast that could fight against Emperor Yu. It was a monster that had existed since the tribal era. Although Emperor Yu hadn't reached the omnipotent realm at that time, the demonic dragon Violet Rain was terrifying enough. Its name had been recorded in many ancient sex books. The wind-splitting dragon falcon turned its head and glared at the demonic dragon Violet Rain. Then, it continued chasing after the six-legged blade-like Chi at its fastest speed. Roar! The demonic dragon Violet Rain's crystal-white whiskers trembled, and its huge golden eyes were filled with anger. Surrounded by clouds and mist, it rapidly chased after the wind-splitting dragon falcon. At first glance, its speed seemed to be on par with the wind-splitting dragon falcon. The wind-splitting dragon falcon has its eyes on us. Tung Qingshan could clearly sense that the demonic dragon Violet Rain was chasing after the wind-splitting dragon falcon, and the wind-splitting dragon falcon was chasing after him. When Tung Qingshan saw that the situation was bad, he suddenly had an idea. The demonic dragon is chasing after the wind-splitting dragon falcon, and the wind-splitting dragon falcon is chasing us. The wind-splitting dragon falcon is avoiding the demonic dragon. However, yes, I can force it to fight. Good idea. It might work. He hastily gestured. This was the hand gesture that told the blade-like Chi to turn back. The six-legged blade-like Chi was extremely intelligent. It instantly understood what Tung Qingshan meant. Phew! The six-legged blade-like Chi made 3 rapid turns. While maintaining the distance between it and the wind-splitting dragon falcon, it had already flown past the demonic dragon Violet Rain by about 10 zhang. This is troublesome. Oh no! On the back of the wind-splitting dragon falcon, the facial expressions of Yu Tonghai and the other two changed drastically. This Jing Yi is really cunning. He actually turned back and hid behind the demonic dragon. If the wind-splitting dragon falcon wants to chase after it, it must go around the demonic dragon. With the demonic dragon's speed, it will be very easy to intercept it. Lu Xia frowned. Yu Tonghai, who was beside him, became even more anxious. Senior Marshal Brother Lu, what should we do now? At this moment, the demonic dragon Violet Rain was sandwiched between the six-legged blade-like Chi and the wind-splitting dragon falcon. Roar! The deep roar of the demonic dragon Violet Rain reverberated in the forest as it instantly pounced towards the wind-splitting dragon falcon. The wind-splitting dragon falcon screeched angrily and discontentedly. It actually tried to dodge the demonic dragon Violet Rain, by relying on its ability to dodge in the air. Whoosh! The wind-splitting dragon falcon streaked across in a strange arc and dodged the demonic dragon Violet Rain's claws. Good. Nearby, Tung Shan, who had been observing the situation, revealed a joyful expression. This dragon tail is powerful. Phew! Just as the wind-splitting dragon falcon was about to dodge the demonic dragon Violet Rain, the demonic dragon Violet Rain swung its tail like a huge iron whip. With this swing, the heavens and the earth seemed to tremble. Only a blurry afterimage could be seen in the air. The dragon tail ruthlessly struck the back of the wind-splitting dragon falcon, who couldn't dodge in time. Chi! A few pieces of the wind-splitting dragon falcon's fur were blown away, and some of the scales on the surface of its body cracked. The wind-splitting dragon falcon dove down after being struck by the whip. Then, it immediately charged diagonally towards Tung Shan. It's not your turn to kill me now. Tung Shan sneered coldly. The six-legged blade-like Chi was very smart. It used the same trick again. When the wind-splitting dragon falcon chased after it, the six-legged blade-like Chi streaked across in an arc and hit about 100 zhang away from the demonic dragon Violet Rain. The demonic dragon Violet Rain did not stop the six-legged blade-like Chi from flying around. However, when the wind-splitting dragon falcon tried to fly around, the angry demonic dragon Violet Rain blocked it mercilessly. Therefore, the six-legged blade-like Chi could easily dodge the wind-splitting dragon falcon's attack. The demonic dragon Violet Rain was always between them and the wind-splitting dragon falcon. Jing, Yutong Hai, who was furious, said with the use of the sound transmission technique, "Why are you always hiding behind the demonic dragon? Are you an emptiness realm expert? Yutong Hai, are you stupid? Do you want me to not hide and let you kill me?" On the other side of the demonic dragon Violet Rain, Tung Shan, who was on the blade-like Chi's back, said with the use of the sound transmission technique. He could also feel that Yutong Hai was obviously going crazy with anger. Tung Shan was always hiding behind the demonic dragon Violet Rain. How could they kill him? If this continued, they would be constantly attacked by the demonic dragon Violet Rain. Eagle catches chicks? A scene flashed across Tung Shan's mind. It was when he was a child in the orphanage in his past life, playing the game of Eagle and Chick. Now it's also Eagle catches the chick. The men of Emperor Yu's hall were eagles, while the demonic dragon Violet Rain was a hen protecting its chicks. However, this hen is stronger than the eagle. The situation in the sky above the Great Yin Mountain was in a stalemate, but suddenly, roar, Lucia, who was on the back of the wind-splitting dragon falcon, roared at the demonic dragon Violet Rain, who was not far away. The anger in the eyes of the demonic dragon Violet Rain gradually calmed down. Roar. Lucia tried to persuade the demonic dragon Violet Rain. Not good. Tung Shan was shocked. He looked at the tiny Lucia, who was 200 zhang away. This Lucia knows the language of beasts. He might be able to resolve the conflict between the wind-splitting dragon falcon and the demonic dragon. Right now, Tung Shan was very anxious. If he fled in a straight line, the wind-splitting dragon falcon could easily bypass the demon dragon and chase after him in a straight line. There was no way to escape. Therefore, he could only hide behind the demonic dragon Violet Rain. Within the borders of East City, a silver-haired old man in a green robe was dashing towards the northern city wall of East City at an astonishing speed. In just a short distance of 2 to 3 li, this expert at the peak of the post-luminary realm had reached the top of the city wall in just 10 breaths' time. At this moment, there were a few experts standing on the city wall with anxious expressions. Pa! The rainstorm was pouring down, and the few people standing on the city wall were drenched. Sovereign, the silver-haired elder wearing an azure cloak rushed over. Zhuge Yuanhong, who had been paying attention to the movements in the northern Great Yin Mountain, immediately turned his head and looked over. At this moment, high-pitched bird cries and angry roars could be heard from the direction of the Great Yin Mountain. At the same time, the rainstorm around East City became even heavier. Sovereign, there is news from Qingzhou. The heavenly cloud mountain is on fire. The silver-haired elder wearing an azure cloak hastily shouted. After saying this, the silver-haired elder wiped the beads of sweat off his forehead and heaved a sigh of relief. Zhuge Yuanhong had already given a strict order. Once the heavenly cloud mountain was on fire, they must immediately inform him and Senior Jing Yi at the fastest speed and at all costs. After reporting, the elder wearing an azure cloak felt that his body was already drenched in sweat. The heavenly cloud mountain is on fire? Zhuge Yuanhong was stunned. The heavenly cloud mountain is on fire. Li Jun and Teng Shou, who were beside him, were both shocked and overjoyed. Zhuge Yuanhong suddenly turned around and looked at the great Yin mountain in the north. He took a deep breath and exhaled loudly. The heavenly cloud mountain is on fire. The heavenly cloud mountain is on fire. The heavenly cloud mountain is on fire. Zhuge Yuanhong shouted 3 times in one breath. Zhuge Yuanhong, who had already reached the pinnacle of the Golden Dan innate realm, shouted 3 times in a row. His voice was like rolling thunder that continuously transmitted towards the north, reverberating in the forest of the Great Yin Mountain. In the sky above the Great Yin Mountain, Lu Xia sincerely tried to persuade the demonic dragon Violet Rain. He was a member of Emperor Yu's hall, and the demonic dragon Violet Rain admired Emperor Yu. It admired Emperor Yu's breadth of mind and unparalleled strength. Moreover, Lu Xia's words were indeed very persuasive. He tried to build relationships, build friendships, and analyze the current situation. In short, Senior Demonic Dragon, don't be used by these 2 traitors. Roar! The demonic dragon Violet Rain emitted a majestic roar. At the same time, it glanced at the wind-splitting dragon Falcon and flew underground. Oh no! Teng Qingshan's facial expression changed drastically. Run! The 6-legged blade-like Qi instantly dashed away, and the wind-splitting dragon Falcon chased after it. Jingyi, besides the demonic dragon, who else can save you? Yu Tonghai said with the use of the sound transmission technique. Suddenly, the heavenly cloud mountain is on fire. The voice continued to spread, and Teng Qingshan, who was escaping, heard it clearly. His eyes instantly emitted an unprecedented glow as he thought to himself, "It's finally here." Chapter 1, Chapter 2. Chapter 5:22. Blade-like Qi, quick! Teng Qingshan hastily pointed to the north. The 6-legged blade-like Qi roared, flapped its wings, and flew towards the north at an extremely fast speed, leaving behind an elusive afterimage. Chase, chase, chase! Yu Tonghai said anxiously. Lu Xia's face was cold. Shengong too held the godly bow in one hand and the void-piercing arrow in the other. He was ready to shoot the void-piercing arrow at any moment. The first 3 arrows had already killed the blade-like Qi, but Teng Qingshan had the grass of immortality. As for the 4th arrow, Shengong too shot it from below towards the 6-legged blade-like Qi's abdomen. However, the 6-legged blade-like Qi's blade-like arms were hard, and Shengong too miscalculated. I can't miscalculate the 5th arrow. Shengong too's eyes were like a wild wolf hunting for the best opportunity. Phew! Phew! The 2 emptiness realm demonic beasts chased after the blade-like Qi. They were as fast as lightning. Ordinary Golden Dan innate demonic beasts could fly from the Great Prairie to Yangzhou in the 9 prefectures in one day. For Golden Dan innate demonic beasts, 2 hours were enough to travel 2,000 li. As for the emptiness realm bird-type demonic beasts, their speed was 10 times faster or even more exaggerated. To the 6-legged blade-like Qi and the wind-splitting dragon Falcon, 2,000 li was only a short distance. The straight-line distance between here and the heavenly cloud mountain is about 2,000 li. Teng Qingshan held the splitting mountain axe in his hand and was always on guard. I have to endure these 2,000 li. If I don't die during these 2,000 li, they will be the unlucky ones. The wind-splitting dragon falcon and the six-legged blade-like Chi were getting closer. What's going on? The speed of the wind-splitting dragon falcon seems to have slowed down. Yu Tonghai was shocked. It is slow. Shengong, too, who was at the side, frowned. The wind-splitting dragon falcon was obviously much faster than the blade-like Chi now. It is only slightly faster. The distance between them is decreasing very slowly. Lu Xia squatted on the wind-splitting dragon falcon's back, looking at the wind-splitting dragon falcon's wings. He lowered his voice and said, "Just now, that demonic dragon's tail hit the wind-splitting dragon falcon's back hard. It has damaged the wind-splitting dragon falcon's wings a little bit. It can't perform its top speed anymore." While talking, Lu Xia caressed the cracked scales on the wind-splitting dragon falcon's back. So that's how it is. Yu Tonghai and Shengong, too, also recalled the whipping of the dragon tail. The might of the demonic dragon was indeed frighteningly strong. Even if the wind-splitting dragon falcon and the three emptiness realm culmination experts worked together, they would still have a headache facing this emptiness realm demonic beast, which was said to be one of the strongest emptiness realm demonic beasts. It's getting closer, it's getting closer. It's only 150 zhang away. Yu Tonghai's small eyes narrowed. Immediately, Shengong too held his breath and slowly drew his divine bow, knocking an arrow. There was only a distance of 500 zhang, and it was still shrinking. Let's go all out. Either they die, or I die. Tung Qingshan stared fixedly at Shengong too, who had already drawn his bow. Shengong too would not make the same mistake again. Moreover, he would not shoot at Tung Qingshan. He had to make good use of either of the two void-piercing arrows. Whoosh! The wind-splitting dragon falcon suddenly drew an arc. When the distance between the two sides was 420 zhang, Shengong too instantly found the best opportunity. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and he released his right hand without hesitation. The void-piercing arrow on the bowstring immediately disappeared. Shengong too! A furious roar rang out. Boom! The instant Shengong too shot the arrow, Tung Qingshan suddenly kicked the six-legged blade-like Chi's back. As the six-legged blade-like Chi flew away, Tung Qingshan used the recoil force to rush forward at an even more terrifying speed. The splitting mountain axe in his hand brazenly met the terrifying arrow. The void-piercing arrow that hit the surface of the splitting mountain axe instantly turned into dust. Tung Qingshan flew backward again. Not bad. Tung Qingshan gritted his teeth and humphed in his heart. He forcefully endured the numbness and tremors that came from the terrifying force that passed through his arms and through his entire body. I have increased my control of the power of the heavens and earth by 10%. Although it is still very painful to defend against the void-piercing arrow, it is much better than the previous 2 times. What? How? Shengong too, Yu Tonghai, and Tung Qingshan were astonished. The arrow just now was extremely tricky. Logically speaking, the six-legged blade-like Chi would not be able to block it with its blade-like arms. Moreover, Tung Qingshan, who was on the six-legged blade-like Chi's back, would not be able to reach the arrow. However, who would have thought that Tung Qingshan would actually jump down and block the arrow? He is really courting death. He has not reached the culmination stage and is unable to fly, but he actually dared to jump off the back of the blade-like Chi. Haha. Shengong too and the other 2 were shocked at first, but then they laughed loudly. After Tung Qingshan, who could not fly, jumped down from the sky, he became a target in midair. Humph! Tung Qingshan sneered coldly. He controlled the power of the heavens and the earth and accelerated his descent. Like a meteorite falling from the sky, he plunged downward at an extremely fast speed. The six-legged blade-like Chi, which had been kicked away, immediately roared and dashed toward Tung Qingshan. At the same time, Lu Xia, Shengong too, Yu Tonghai, and the wind-splitting dragon falcon, who did not want to miss such a good opportunity, transformed into 4 beams of flowing light and surrounded Tung Qingshan from different directions. Shengong too and the other 2 were all emptiness realm culmination stage experts and could fly. Since they could fly, their speed in midair was much faster. Since they could not fly, they would be like Tung Qingshan. They could only foolishly think of ways to accelerate their descent and land as soon as possible. Haha, Jingy, let's see if you can survive this time. Yu Tonghai was the first to arrive. The sharp sword in his hand instantly became like the first ray of sunlight in the pitch-black darkness. The seemingly gentle yet unparalleled sword made Tung Qingshan feel powerless. It made his heart naturally feel despair and the desire to give up. Clang! Without defending, Tung Qingshan held the splitting mountain axe in front of him and used it as a shield. This sword contained a terrifying force. After passing through the splitting mountain axe, Tung Qingshan's hands became numb. However, he calmly used this force to accelerate his descent. Whoosh! Borrowing the force of this frightening sword strike, he smashed into a wide river below with a splash, causing white water to splatter everywhere. How is this possible? He was still able to defend? He blocked 2 void-piercing arrows and the wind-splitting dragon falcon's void-destroying thrust. Since he has not yet reached Emptiness Realm culmination, he should have been able to defend himself with a weapon. However, the terrifying rebounding force should have caused his arms to lose feeling and his internal organs to be severely injured. How was he able to defend himself so steadily just now? This scene was completely out of Yu Tonghai and the other two's expectations. They knew that Tung Qingshan was wearing the Hong Tian godly armor, so they thought that the defense of the axe was definitely not as good as that of the Hong Tian godly armor. Therefore, when the sword pierced the axe, it did not pierce the godly armor. The Hong Tian godly armor was too famous. It was impossible for an Emptiness Realm culmination expert to damage the Hong Tian godly armor. Unfortunately, they did not know that the axe was Emperor Yu's personal weapon, which was ridiculously hard. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Although they were shocked, the 3 Emptiness Realm experts didn't hesitate at all. They dashed into the river below. At this moment, the 6-legged blade-like Qi, which was trying to save Tung Qingshan but was blocked by the wind-splitting dragon falcon, flapped its 4 wings and dove into the river. A moment later, Tung Qingshan and the 6-legged blade-like Qi dashed out of the ground and rode the 6-legged blade-like Qi to fly in the air. Yu Tonghai, you think you can catch up to me? Let me tell you, haha, if I don't die today, then you will. Tung Qingshan's voice traveled into the ears of the 3 Emptiness Realm experts who dashed out of the ground. Bastard! Yu Tonghai gnashed his teeth in anger. Lu Xia and Shen Gongtu's facial expressions were unsightly. In the ground, their speed was comparable to Tung Qingshan's, so it would be difficult for them to catch Tung Qingshan. Just now, Tung Qingshan accidentally gathered with the 6-legged blade-like Qi and dashed out of the ground. Jing, he has the Hong Tian godly armor and the battle axe, Lu Xia said in a deep voice. Although I don't understand why he withstood the fierce attacks time and time again. However, it was clear that using this method would not work. The easiest way to kill Jing Yi is to fight with 2 people. Tonghai, if you didn't attack first and attacked with me, he would only have 1 axe. He only had 1 axe, which could only block 1 person's attack. If he blocked you, I would have taken the opportunity to kill him. This was indeed a ruthless move. Once he made a mistake, he immediately found the problem. He would never make the same mistake again. I missed the chance to kill him. Yu Tonghai was filled with hatred. At this moment, the 3 of them were already on the back of the wind-splitting dragon falcon. Shen Gong too. There's only 1 void-piercing arrow left. We can't fail again. Yu Tonghai and Lu Xia stared at Shen Gong Tuesday, yes. Shen Gong Tu was also under great pressure. He had 6 void-piercing arrows, but he had failed to kill 5 of them. This was partly due to the grass of immortality. The blade-like Qi's blade-like arm is injured and has lost one of its blade-like arms. It can't use the spiral drilling technique. In the ground, it can only use the same drilling technique that humans use. Tung Qingshan was secretly anxious. Shen Gong Tu still has 1 last arrow left. The blade-like Qi dodged it very quickly in midair. However, if the blade-like Qi enters the ground, it'll be very easy to get hit. Tung Ching Shan didn't dare to take the risk and let the six-legged blade-like cheat enter the ground. Shingong too didn't shoot the last arrow easily. You. Only the furious and unwilling wind-splitting dragon falcon chased after the six-legged blade-like Qi, however. The six-legged blade-like Qi dodged the wind-splitting dragon falcon's attacks again and again. Although the distance between the two sides was at most 600 feet, the shortest distance was only 300 feet. However, the wind-splitting dragon falcon was the main attacker. The assistant was Shun Gong Tuesday Xiao. The six-legged blade-like Qi brandished its two blade-like limbs to block the invisible void exterminating stab. Every time it blocked, a wound would appear on its leg, and green blood would flow out. This wind-splitting dragon falcon is really hard to deal with. If it weren't for the demonic dragon injuring it and slowing it down, I wouldn't have been able to kill it. I'm afraid there will be more trouble. Tung Ching Shan also felt lucky that the power of the wind-splitting dragon falcon's void-destroying thorn was weaker than a void-piercing arrow. The six-legged blade-like Qi was only injured, but not as severely injured as before. It's only a little more than 2,000 kilometers. Normally, the blade-like Qi would arrive very quickly, but today is really a close shave. We've arrived at the heavenly cloud mountain. Tung Ching Shan suddenly saw a tall mountain in the distance. However, the top of the mountain seemed to be scorched black. On the heavenly cloud mountain, the originally beautiful mountain peak had completely disappeared. Half of the mountain had been burned into ruins. On the mountain, which still emitted faint sparks, two giant divine birds that seemed to only exist in legends and were engulfed in flames rested on the blackened mountain rocks. Beside them was the spirited, dreamy cloud martial immortal, who carried a giant wolf-headed saber on his back. The dreamy cloud martial immortal's eyes brightened. He turned his head and looked toward the south. Brother Qing Shan is here. The undying phoenix, Little Blue, flew up excitedly. The dreamy cloud martial immortal reacted quickly and leaped onto Little Blue's back. Tung Ching Shan stood on the back of the six-legged blade-like Qi and dashed towards the heavenly cloud mountain like a gust of wind. At this moment, the six-legged blade-like Qi's two front limbs were all severely injured. It seemed to be in a sorry state. Brother Mu Tao is here as well? Tung Ching Shan revealed a joyful expression. High up in the sky, two streaks of fiery red light, one in front and one behind, dashed down from the heavenly cloud mountain at an extremely fast speed. A figure even jumped down from the fiery red light in the lead. Brother Qing Shan, long time no see. The dreamy cloud, martial immortal's forthright voice came down from midair. End of 2 chapters. Chapter 523. Sensing the arrival of Little Blue, and even Mu Tao, Tung Ching Shan felt relieved. However, when he heard the dreamy cloud martial immortal's words, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth and think, Brother Mu Tao is really something. He probably just arrived in the land of the 9 prefectures and doesn't know about me. Mu Tao's shout meant that he could no longer use his identity as an idle emptiness realm expert. However, it's not necessary. Little Blue and Brother Mu Tao are here. My forces have increased greatly, and I definitely have the right to establish myself in the land of the 9 prefectures. This is much better than I thought. Suppressing his excitement, Tung Ching Shan rode the 6-legged blade-like Qi toward the dreamy cloud martial immortal. Brother Mu Tao. Little Brother Qing Shan. Long time no see. Congratulations on your breakthrough, Brother Mu Tao. Little Brother Qing Shan, you have improved even more than I did. The 2 emptiness realm experts met in midair. The dreamy cloud martial immortal, Mu Tao, landed on the back of the 6-legged blade-like Qi at the same time. Mu Tao exclaimed in admiration, as expected of the land of the 9 prefectures. This is a truly great place. In the entire Duanmu continent, including Little Brother Qing Shan, there were only 3 martial immortals. However, today There are actually 4 emptiness realm experts chasing after little brother Qing Shan at the foot of Heavenly Cloud Mountain. When Mu Tao discovered Tung Qing Shan, he also discovered the men of Emperor Yu's Hall, who were not far from Tung Qing Shan. The 6-eared, earth-drilling mouse had been left far behind, but there were still 4 emptiness realm experts, including the wind-splitting dragon falcon. If Tung Qing Shan, the 6-legged blade-like Qi, the immortal phoenix and her daughter, and Mu Tao were added, there were actually 9 emptiness realm experts gathered here today. 9 emptiness realm experts gathered at the foot of Heavenly Cloud Mountain. 9 emptiness realm experts living in the same era? It's impossible in Duanmu continent. Only the vast land of the 9 prefectures can do it. Haha, this is the world that emptiness realm experts should stay in. So many emptiness realm experts exist. Mu Tao's heart surged with excitement. He no longer felt lonely as an expert. Mu Tao was very shocked. However, Lu Xia, Yutong Hai, Shengong Tu, and the wind-splitting dragon falcon, who were pursuing Tung Qing Shan, were the ones who were truly shocked. They were already shocked when they saw the 3 emptiness realm experts dashing down from the Heavenly Cloud Mountain towards Jing-Yi. But when the 3 emptiness realm culmination experts on the back of the wind-splitting dragon falcon heard the words, "Haha, Brother Qing Shan, it has been a long time since we last met," they were completely dumbfounded, no matter how much they had been through and how determined they were. Qing Shan. This Jing-Yi is called Qing Shan? Could it be Tung Qing Shan? This, under his broom-like eyebrows, Yu Tonghai's small eyes widened. His eyes were filled with shock. He was even more shocked than when he saw the annihilation of Emperor Yu's Hall. There were no sects in this world that would never decline. Even if Emperor Yu's Hall was destroyed, Yu Tonghai would only think that it had declined after reaching its peak and that its opponents were too terrifying. But Tung Qing Shan? He should only be 22 years old this year. Last year, he was an emptiness realm expert. He reached the emptiness realm at the age of 21. Yu Tonghai was completely dumbfounded. He felt that many common sense concepts in his heart had collapsed in an instant. There was no way to explain how someone could reach the emptiness realm at the age of 21. Oh heavens, how is this possible? Beads of sweat seeped out of Shengong Tu's forehead. Although there were many people with the same name in the land of the 9 prefectures, there were many people named Qing Shan. However, among the innate experts, only Tung Qing Shan was named Qing Shan. They couldn't think of anyone else but one person, Tung Qing Shan. Qing Shan, other than Tung Qing Shan, who else could it be? When he was fleeing, he was able to survive an attack from the Golden Dan innate expert, Zhao Danshin. He even managed to escape. Monster. He must have been a Golden Dan innate expert back then. Lu Xia felt his heart trembling. One incredible monster. Compared to the demonic monk was nothing. Even compared to the 4 omnipotent experts in history, Tung Qing Shan was still a monster-level existence. An emptiness realm expert at the age of 21. He's only 22 now, but he can actually fight against this emptiness realm culmination experts. Could he be the reincarnated living Buddha of the Buddhist sect? Lu Xiao's emotions were in a mess. No. The reincarnated living Buddha cultivates the Buddhist sect. Even if he is the reincarnated living Buddha, his cultivation speed wouldn't be so fast if he didn't cultivate the Buddhist sect. Occasionally, a reincarnated living Buddha would be born in the Mani Temple. However, the reincarnated living Buddha had the experience of his previous life, so he wouldn't take the wrong path. Moreover, he had comprehended everything in his previous life, so naturally, he would be fast. However, if the reincarnated living Buddha cultivated on an unfamiliar path, his cultivation speed would still be slow. Look, the two beside him. Shengong Tu's breathing became erratic as he stared fixedly at Tung Qing Shan, who was hovering in midair not far away. At this moment, beside Tung Qing Shan, there were 2 huge godly birds that were bathed in flames. They had fiery red feathers and crown like feathers. These were the legendary godly beasts that hadn't appeared in the world for a very long time. The undying phoenix. Screech, screech. Between the two undying phoenixes, the smaller, undying phoenix chirped excitedly beside Tung Qingshan. Tung Qingshan stretched out his hand and stroked the feathers of the undying phoenix. The undying phoenix even squinted its eyes happily. Those two are the undying phoenixes, right? Shengong too turned and looked at the other two. I think so. Yu Tonghai's mind was in a mess. The undying phoenix. Ever since the poetic sword god, Li Taibai, no one has seen the undying phoenix. It has been thousands of years, and now there are two of them? Lu Xiao was a very calm person. However, at this moment, the continuous blows made him unable to think straight. It was a mess, a mess, a mess. A 21-year-old emptiness realm expert who could fight against them at the age of 22. An existence that was even more monstrous than the four omnipotent experts. The legendary godly beast that some people even doubted existed. The undying phoenix, which could be said to be the strongest emptiness realm demonic beast, had actually appeared. Little Blue. At this moment, Tung Qingshan's heart was filled with joy. Brother Qingshan, are the three people and the emptiness realm demonic beast your enemies? The dreamy cloud, martial immortal, asked with the use of the sound transmission technique. Tung Qingshan had already leaped onto the back of the undying phoenix, Little Blue. He turned his head and looked at the stunned members of Emperor Yu's hall. He sneered and said, "Of course. If it wasn't for the grass of immortality, the blade-like Qi and I would have been killed by them." Oh! The dreamy cloud martial immortal glanced at the injuries on the body of the six-legged blade-like Qi. Then he turned his head and looked at the members of Emperor Yu's hall with blazing eyes. His voice became loud and clear as he said, "Brother Qingshan, your enemies are my enemies. Haha, I have just achieved a breakthrough and have no opponents." The dreamy cloud martial immortal, who had been lonely for a long time, was now full of warlike passion. The undying phoenix, Little Blue, also stared at the people in the distance. It was extremely intelligent and could naturally tell that the other party and Tung Qingshan were like fire and water. Since they were enemies, there was only one word for them: kill. Yu Tonghai, Lu Xia, Shengong too. Didn't the three of you want to kill me? Tung Qingshan, who was on the back of the undying phoenix, looked at the members of Emperor Yu's hall in the distance. Tung Qingshan. You are Tung Qingshan, not Jingyi? Yu Tonghai shouted with a hoarse voice. Tung Qingshan? Tung Qingshan took a deep breath, and a complicated expression appeared on his face. When a person improved in astonishing speed, he would be a genius. However, if he was thousands of times stronger than a genius, he would be a monster and would be feared by the other sections. Because of this, he didn't dare to reveal his name. When he saw his parents, he didn't dare to acknowledge them. He had a name, but he didn't dare to admit it. Yes. As Yu Tonghai, Lu Xia, and the others stared at him, Tung Qingshan laughed loudly. His laughter shook the heavens as he said, "You guys guessed correctly. It's me. I am Tung Qingshan. Tung Qingshan is me. Jing-yi? Qinlang? Hua? Everything is just a fake name. My name is Tung Qingshan." Tung Qingshan's voice rumbled and resonated in the heavens and the earth. It was as if he had completely released all the suppressed feelings in his heart. I am Tung Qingshan. From today onwards, I don't need to hide my identity anymore. Your face. Yu Tonghai, Lu Xia, and Shengong too were in a state of confusion. My face. Yes, you guys don't have the ability to change your appearance. However, I can. Tung Qingshan was in midair, and the muscles and bones on his face underwent subtle changes. Every part of his face changed. When combined, he basically changed his face. This was the real face of Tung Qingshan. Tung Qingshan. Yu Tonghai and the other two glanced at each other. Suddenly, screech, a dissatisfied chirp entered Tung Qingshan's ears. He turned his head and saw that it was Little Blue's mother. This time, Little Blue's mother had sent her child over. However, she didn't expect that someone would chase after Tung Shan. With her intelligence, Little Blue's mother instantly judged. Her daughter's human friend, Tung Shan, had obviously made many enemies in the land of the 9 prefectures. If her daughter followed Tung Shan, she was afraid that she would also experience danger. If she just let go of her daughter like this, she wouldn't be at ease. Therefore, Little Blue's mother, who had the thoughts of birds and beasts in her bones, naturally made a decision. She had to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. This chicken was naturally the people of Emperor Yu's hall. Screech, the wind-splitting dragon falcon, which had been silent all this time, repeatedly screeched at Little Blue's mother. Little Blue's mother didn't respond. She just coldly glanced at the wind-splitting dragon falcon. Screech, Little Blue's mother screeched at Little Blue. Not good. Run quickly. This undying phoenix wants to kill us. Lu Xia, who understood the language of beasts, had a drastic change in his expression. With a resounding and excited screech, Little Blue, who had been learning for almost a year, instantly transformed into a flowing light and dashed forward. Beside Little Blue, there was another fiery red flowing light formed by Little Blue's mother. Her speed was slightly faster than Little Blue's. Hurry, run. Facing Little Blue's mother, who had followed Li Tai Bai in the past, Lu Xia and Yu Tonghai, who knew many secrets, didn't dare to resist. Instead, they split up and fled. As for Shingong Tu, who was less knowledgeable, as he fled, he immediately drew his godly bow and knocked the last void-piercing arrow. Oof. Shingong Tu snorted angrily and was about to shoot the arrow. I don't believe that you can withstand my void-piercing arrow. Don't fight. Quickly, split up and flee. Every one that escapes counts, Lu Xia hastily said with the use of the sound transmission technique. Little Blue's mother, the fiery red flowing light, rapidly pounced toward Shingong Tuesday. Then, she made a quick turn. At the same time, a beam of purple gold flame shot out from her mouth. This flame was like a bolt of lightning, instantly enveloping Shingong Tu, who had reached emptiness realm culmination. The vigorous power of the heavens and earth on the surface of Shingong Tu's body. Chi-Chi, almost instantly, it was burned and broken by the purple gold flame. Ah! Shingong Tu let out a shrill scream. This is the end of the first chapter. There is still the second chapter. Chapter 524. Shingong Tu finally understood why Lu Xia and Yu Tonghai didn't even have the will to fight. Instead, they were so scared that they scattered and ran away. However, it was too late. At the moment of death, the high-spirited youth of the Shooting Sun God Mountain, the high position he held, and the most powerful expert of the Shooting Sun God Mountain, scenes flashed through his mind. Shingong Tu's face was ferocious as he roared crazily. The moment the purple gold flame touched his body, the godly bow, which had been pulled into a full moon shape, glowed with a colorful halo. With a shrill and crazy cry, Shingong Tu released his right hand and released the last arrow of his life. Whoosh! A dazzling shooting star tore through the sky. With the last thought of Shingong Tu, the #1 archer in the land of the 9 prefectures, the void-piercing arrow instantly traversed a distance of several zhang and directly hit Little Blue's mother, who was like a ball of flame in midair. A series of sounds that sounded like steel clashing could be heard. At this moment, Tung Shan, who was on the back of the undying phoenix, Little Blue, stared fixedly. Although he was confident in Little Blue's mother, he was still somewhat worried. Little Blue's mother dodged very quickly. Shingong Tu should have shot at her head, but he hit her left wing. She seems to be even more agile than the blade-like Chi. A few pieces of red feathers floated down from the sky, and there seemed to be some broken feathers. The void-piercing arrow had actually pierced through Little Blue's mother's left wing and was completely stuck there. Traces of golden blood flowed and twined around the shaft of the void-piercing arrow. Chi-Chi, the void-piercing arrow broke into two and fell from midair. The purple gold flame on the wound on Little Blue's mother's left wing flourished. Under the cover of the flame, the wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Undying Phoenix, Undying Phoenix. It's indeed terrifying. Tung Shan was both surprised and happy. The void-piercing arrow actually healed just like that? No wonder. Only the Undying Phoenix can give birth to such a heaven-defying treasure like the grass of immortality. The grass of immortality could increase one's lifespan. Tung Shan, if you kill me, you will become an enemy of Emperor Yu's Hall. Emperor Yu's Hall can make peace with you. We can become allies. Yu Tonghai's voice rang in Tung Shan's ears. Tung Shan sat on the back of the Undying Phoenix, Little Blue. As he watched Yu Tonghai flee in a sorry state, he sneered and said, Yu Tonghai, only your Emperor Yu's Hall can kill me. Can't I kill you? Just now, Lu Xia, Yu Tonghai, and the wind-splitting dragon falcon had split up and fled in different directions. If they fled together, they would only be wiped out by Little Blue's mother. If they split up, their chances of survival would be much higher. Originally, Little Blue's mother hadn't wanted to be the first to kill Shangong Tuesday. However, Shangong Tu had drawn his bow and arrow, which had angered Little Blue's mother. As a result, she had directly eliminated him. As for Tung Shan, he rode Little Blue and chose to pursue Yu Tonghai among Lu Xia, Yu Tonghai, and the wind-splitting dragon falcon. He escaped really quickly. Mu Tao, who was on the back of the six-legged blade-like Qi, was so anxious that his eyes turned red. He could only watch as the wind-splitting dragon falcon and Lu Xia escaped, but he couldn't give chase. This was because the six-legged blade-like Qi was injured and couldn't defeat its enemies, and Mu Tao couldn't fly. Brother Shan, kill that guy with broom-like eyebrows. Mu Tao shouted with the use of the sound transmission technique. Since he couldn't kill Tung Shan himself, he felt happy when he saw Tung Shan kill him. Okay, Tung Shan laughed carefreely. The Undying Phoenix, Little Blue, had already caught up to the escaping Yu Tonghai. Phew! Little Blue lowered its head and spat out a purple flame. The flame that Little Blue's mother spat out was a purple gold flame. As Little Blue's strength was slightly weaker, it spat out a purple gold flame. However, the purple gold flame had easily burned the Tianfeng martial immortal to death. No! Yu Tonghai couldn't dodge in time and was immediately surrounded by the purple gold flame. No! I can't die. Just now, Yu Tonghai had seen Shangong Tu being instantly burned to death. Chi-Chi, the purple gold flame burned on the surface of Yu Tonghai's body. Yu Tonghai froze. I didn't die. This flame doesn't seem to be that scary. The 100% of the power of the heavens and earth on the surface of Yu Tonghai's body surged frantically. Although the power of the heavens and earth was continuously being consumed by the purple gold flame, its replenishment speed was extremely fast. Run! I can't let the other Undying Phoenix come over. Yu Tonghai suppressed the excitement of surviving a calamity and frantically fled into the distance. Meanwhile, above Yu Tonghai, Tung Shan, who was on the back of the Undying Phoenix, nodded to himself and thought to himself, as expected, Little Blue's flames are still unable to easily burn an emptiness realm culmination expert to death. However, I wonder what kind of ultimate techniques Little Blue has learned from her mother over the past year. At this moment, the Undying Phoenix, Little Blue, seemed to be somewhat angry because its attack had failed. Screech, with a resounding cry that resounded through the heavens, the flames on the surface of the Undying Phoenix's body vanished. Tung Shan felt the surrounding fire elemental power tremble. He then saw the Undying Phoenix open its mouth, and a purple flame with faint golden specks of light flew out from its sharp beak. Like a sharp arrow, it directly enveloped the escaping Yu Tonghai's body. Something's wrong. Yu Tonghai, who was fleeing with all his might and didn't pay much attention to the flame, instantly sensed that something was wrong with the flame. Unfortunately, it was too late. The flame had already started burning on Yu Tonghai's body. Once it started burning, Yu Tonghai wouldn't be able to extinguish it. No, Yu Tonghai hastily scuttled underground. Boom! The undying phoenix, Little Blue, closely followed and dived underground. According to the records of the sect, Yu Tonghai already knew that the speed of the undying phoenix underground was extremely astonishing. However, at this moment, he didn't have the heart to care about this because he could already smell death. Chi-Chi, the golden light within the flame, burned through the power of the heavens and earth on the surface of Yu Tonghai's body. As soon as it touched the bone of Yu Tonghai's calf, it was as if a match had been ignited. With a shishi sound, the flame moved along the calf, spreading downwards, upwards, and to the left and right. In an instant, both of Yu Tonghai's legs were set ablaze, and the lower part of his knees instantly turned into flying ash. At the same time, the flame spread upwards at an extremely fast speed. Pucci, without the slightest hesitation, a saber light swept past. Both of Yu Tonghai's legs were completely severed from the base of his thighs. As soon as the two halves of his legs fell, they completely turned into flying ash. Fleeing means death. Only by turning back and fighting will I have a chance of survival. This undying phoenix is clearly weaker than the other one. After Yu Tonghai severed both of his legs and severed the transmission of the flame, he gritted his teeth, turned around, and transformed into a stream of light, attacking the undying phoenix, Little Blue, who was pursuing him. You're not giving me a way out. Yu Tonghai's expression was malevolent. He clearly sensed that the mother of the undying phoenix, who was flying over the surface, actually spouted a purple gold flame. Chi-Chi. In front of the purple gold flame, the soil, sand, and stones were no different than air. The purple gold flame instantly traversed a distance of nearly 100 zhang and enveloped Yu Tonghai, whose legs had been severed. Tung Qing Shan, you have an unfair advantage. With a malevolent howl, Yu Tonghai's entire body was burned to ashes. Yu Tonghai dead. An unfair advantage? Tung Qing Shan sneered in his heart. Your Emperor Yu's hall relies on bird-type demonic beasts and earth-drilling demonic beasts. Would you like to invite the #1 archer in the world, Shangong Tu, to join forces and kill me? Yu Tonghai was sinister and ruthless. Among the people of Emperor Yu's hall, Tung Qingshan wanted to kill him the most. Boom! The undying phoenix, Little Blue, dashed out of the surface. Screech! Little Blue flew to the side of Little Blue's mother. Little Blue's mother looked at Little Blue with some dissatisfaction and emitted a cry. Little Blue could only droop its head and occasionally emit a cry. It was obvious that Little Blue's mother was very dissatisfied with her child's performance just now. After all, Little Blue was not the Little Blue from a year ago. Instead, it was the Little Blue that had learned many ultimate techniques. Just now, the ability to spit out flames that were even more powerful was one of these techniques. What a pity. The other two escaped. Tung Qingshan could no longer sense the existence of Lu Xia and the wind-splitting dragon falcon. After all, the other two flew extremely fast and fled in all directions. After Tung Qingshan and the others dealt with Shengong Tu and Yu Tonghai, the other two naturally fled far away. Brother Qingshan, Mu Tao, who was on the back of the six-legged blade-like Qi, approached. Roar! The six-legged blade-like Qi looked at Tung Qingshan with a hint of excitement in its eyes. It was obvious that it had been chased by the people of Emperor Yu's hall and had finally vented its anger. The wound on its blade-like leg was obviously slightly better than before. The recovery rate of an emptiness realm demonic beast was much stronger than that of a human. Brother Mu Tao, Tung Qingshan smiled. Tisk TSK. Just like that, two emptiness realm experts who had reached emptiness realm culmination were killed just like that. This is really, Mu Tao was so excited that his old face faintly blushed. It was very difficult for an emptiness realm expert to die in the Duanmu continent. How could it be compared to the land of the 9 prefectures? Ha, this is great. The land of the 9 prefectures is the most suitable place for us emptiness realm experts. Screech. Little Blue's mother emitted a few screeches towards Tung Qingshan. Tung Shan smiled bitterly. He didn't understand the language of beasts. Little Blue's mother came back to her senses and glanced at Tung Shan with dissatisfaction. In the end, Little Blue's mother had no choice but to follow Tung Shan to Yangzhou. After all, only when they reached Yangzhou could Li Jun help explain and translate, and only then could Little Blue's mother converse with Tung Shan. Thus, Little Blue's mother, Little Blue, Mu Tao, the six-legged blade-like Qi, and Tung Shan flew majestically towards Yangzhou. At the foot of the heavenly cloud mountain, Tung Shan, Jing is Tung Shan, so Jing is Commander Tung. Several men watched the terrifying battle of the emptiness realm experts from the beginning to the end. They were all spies arranged by the Gui Yuan sect. So it's Commander Tung. Haha. Hurry up and tell the sovereign this news. These spies were extremely excited. Some of them were so excited that they shed tears. Commander Tung is from our Gui Yuan sect. At the foot of the heavenly cloud mountain, other than the spies of the Gui Yuan sect, there were also spies of the heavenly god palace. When Li Jun was the substitute high priestess of the snowy lotus cult, she had instructed her subordinates to wait at the heavenly cloud mountain. Once the heavenly cloud mountain was set on fire, they would immediately spread the news. Therefore, the spies of the heavenly god palace also saw it. Apart from these two groups of people, the scene of the heavenly god palace burning the heavenly cloud mountain was too terrifying, attracting the attention of many locals. Therefore, many pieces of information about the battle of the heavenly cloud mountain began to spread like wildfire. One of the most shocking pieces of information was Jing Yi was Tung Shan. Tung Shan was the one who had been chased by Qinghu Island all over the world. The Tung Shan from back then had actually become an emptiness realm expert. In the land of the 9 prefectures, a 21-year-old emptiness realm expert was actually born. And this heaven-defying existence, an existence that was unprecedented, was Tung Shan. This news was enough to stun the emptiness realm experts of any sect. Because of this, a storm arose. 2 chapters completed, brothers. The climax will come in waves, brothers. Monthly votes come too. Let's go crazy together. Tomorrow afternoon, the tomato will explode from the day after tomorrow. Brothers, you have monthly votes. Vote. Click on the recommend monthly votes to support the author below. Chapter 525. In the inner court of Tung Shan's residence in East City. Boom! A loud explosion sounded in the sky, filled with dark clouds. A zigzagging bolt of lightning as thick as a child's arm struck down. The rain in the heavens and the earth became even heavier. For a moment, the boundless heavens and the earth seemed to be a world of rain. In the corridor of the inner court, Zhuge Yuanhong, Tung Shou, Li Jun, and Xue Exen all had worried expressions on their faces. Teacher's wife, teacher will be fine. Don't worry. Xue Exen couldn't bear the depressing atmosphere and said softly, yes. Li Jun looked at Zhuge Yuanhong and said softly, Sovereign Zhuge, do you think Qing Shan? Li Jun, don't worry. Qing Shan has the help of the 6-legged blade-like Qi moreover. He still had a mystical treasure like the grass of immortality. Even if he couldn't kill the enemy, he would still be able to use it. Even if he can't kill the enemy, he can still protect himself. As long as he escapes to the heavenly cloud mountain, he will be fine, Zhuge Yuanhong said. Even he himself felt that his words weren't convincing. He wasn't confident either. The 6-legged blade-like Qi's uniqueness had long been known. If the enemy dared to come, it meant that they had a way to deal with the 6-legged blade-like Qi and Tung Shan. Qing Shan, you mustn't die. You mustn't die, Zhuge Yuanhong said to himself. Li Jun gently stroked her stomach. There was an unborn little life in her stomach. She said to herself, Qing Shan, our child is not born yet. I don't want our child to be born without a father. Please come back quickly. I beg you, please come back quickly. Li Jun's eyes were filled with tears. Teacher, Tung Shou and Xue Xian raised their heads and waited silently. They couldn't help Tung Ching Shan at all. They could only wait silently. Pa, pa, pa. The pitter-patter sounds of the rainstorm hitting the ground rang incessantly. It was as if the sound of rain was the only sound in the world. Yo! A loud, clear, excited, and happy voice passed through the boundless curtain of water and reached the inner court. The familiar voice instantly caused joy to appear on Li Jun and Tung Shou's faces. It's Little Blue. Tung Shou hastily looked up. Little Blue is here. Little Blue is here. Li Jun didn't even care about the rain and directly rushed to the spacious training field. She raised her head to look, and at the same time, her throat emitted a cry. Whoosh, 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 the undying phoenix, Little Blue's voice rang out again. At the same time, a fiery red stream of light darted through the torrential rain. Li Jun abruptly turned her head. Her long hair, which had been drenched by the rain, fluttered in the wind. She hastily shouted at Tung Shou, Zhuge Yuanhong, and the others, Qing Shan is fine. Qing Shan is fine. He is fine. After he shouted, he looked up at the sky and saw several streams of light descending on the training field at the side almost at the same time. The two gigantic fiery red divine birds, the undying phoenixes, were bathed in flames. Their natural pressure caused the atmosphere in the entire inner court to freeze. Chi-chi. The surrounding rainwater immediately turned into mist. The ordinary rainwater couldn't even touch the undying phoenixes. For a moment, a lot of mist arose on the training field. Amidst the mist, the six-legged blade-like Qi, whose injuries had healed considerably, the dreamy cloud martial immortal, Mu Tao, who carried the enormous wolf-headed war saber, and Tung Ching Shan, who carried the splitting mountain axe. Ching Shan. When Li Jun saw Tung Ching Shan, her eyes turned red. She immediately dashed over and hugged Tung Ching Shan, burying her head in Tung Ching Shan's embrace. She had been waiting anxiously and fearfully for Tung Ching Shan, so she didn't cry. However, now that she saw that Tung Ching Shan had returned safely, she couldn't help but cry. Little Jun, I am fine. I am fine. Tung Ching Shan gently stroked Little Jun's hair and smiled. The tears on Li Jun's face mixed with the rainwater. She raised her head and looked at Tung Ching Shan with tearful eyes as she said, Ching Shan, I am so scared. I'm just scared that you, Ching Shan, won't be able to make it to the heavenly Cloud Mountain in time. The Great Yin Mountain is so far away from the heavenly Cloud Mountain. If Ching Shan you, I won't be able to survive. And our unborn child. It's fine now, Tung Ching Shan said softly but firmly. In the future, nothing will happen again. Screech, a discontented chirp sounded. A head that seemed to be wearing a crown stretched over. A hint of dissatisfaction could be seen in the pair of faintly dreamy eyes as it stared at Li Jun Little Blue. When Li Jun saw this, she hastily hugged Little Blue's neck and hugged it lovingly. She rubbed her face against Little Blue's neck feathers. At this moment, the undying phoenix, Little Blue, cried out happily. Although Li Jun had followed Tung Ching Shan and tried to comprehend the Tao based on Tung Ching Shan's fist art, Li Jun still understood the language of beasts. To Tung Ching Shan, the undying phoenix, Little Blue, was a friend. She was indebted to Little Blue. However, to Li Jun, the undying phoenix, Little Blue, was a true friend. Ching Shan. Zhuge Yuanhong walked over with a smile on his face. Just by looking at the current Zhuge Yuanhong, it was impossible to imagine how worried Zhuge Yuanhong had been. Teacher, Tung Ching Shan revealed a smile and said, Nothing will happen in the future. Teacher, let me introduce to you. As he spoke, Tung Ching Shan pointed at the undying phoenix, Little Blue, and said, Teacher, this is the undying phoenix, Little Blue, that I often mention to you. Back then, she drifted on the sea with me and entered Duanmu continent. As for this, she is the undying phoenix in the records of the land of the 9 prefectures, the undying phoenix that followed the omnipotent expert, poetic sword god, Li Tai Bai. The undying phoenix, Little Blue, nodded its head at Zhuge Yuanhong in a very friendly manner. However, Little Blue's mother only glanced coldly at Zhuge Yuanhong and ignored him. She appeared very arrogant. Undying phoenix, and there are two of them. Zhuge Yuanhong exclaimed in his heart. As expected of the legendary godly beast that followed the omnipotent expert. Teacher, this is Duanmu Continent's dreamy, cloud, martial immortal, Mu Tao. He is also a good friend that I made in Duanmu Continent. Mu Tao, this is my teacher, Zhuge Yuanhong. Tung Qingshan introduced with a smile. The silver-haired Mu Tao laughed and cupped his hands, saying, Brother Zhuge is really powerful. I admire you for being able to teach such an outstanding disciple. Disciple? Zhuge Yuanhong was slightly puzzled, but he still smiled and cupped his hands, saying, Senior Mu, I am very grateful that you helped Qingshan. Haha, it's not worth mentioning. Moreover, I didn't do anything. Killing those two Emptiness Realm culmination experts has nothing to do with me. It's this undying phoenix that is powerful, Mu Tao said with a smile. You killed two Emptiness Realm culmination experts? Zhuge Yuanhong froze and stared at Tung Qingshan. Tung Qingshan nodded and said, At the foot of the heavenly cloud mountain, we mainly relied on Little Blue's mother to kill Shengong II of the Shooting Sun God Mountain and Yu Tonghai of Emperor Yu's Hall. Little Blue's mother is really powerful. She only spat out 2 streams of flames, and the 2 Emptiness Realm culmination experts were burned to ashes. Shengong II and Yu Tonghai. Zhuge Yuanhong's heart was in turmoil. They died? In the land of the 9 prefectures, it was extremely difficult for Emptiness Realm experts to die, not to mention Emptiness Realm culmination experts. To kill an Emptiness Realm culmination expert, usually an insightful Emptiness Realm would be required, or an Emptiness Realm culmination demonic beast would be required, or several Emptiness Realm culmination experts would be required to work together. In short, it was extremely difficult, not to mention killing 2 Emptiness Realm culmination experts at once, and one of them was from Emperor Yu's Hall. Teacher. When Tung Qingshan saw his teacher's expression, he said solemnly, What's the big deal about killing the 2 of them? Could it be that only they're allowed to kill me, and we're not allowed to kill them? Qingshan, teacher doesn't blame you. Teacher just doesn't dare to believe it, Zhuge Yuanhong said while shaking his head. Tung Qingshan smiled helplessly and said, Teacher, actually, this is just a small matter. The biggest matter this time is, what matter? Zhuge Yuanhong sensed that something was wrong. Because Brother Mu Tao just came to the land of the 9 prefectures, you don't know my identity. Therefore, when you saw me, you call me Brother Qingshan. Therefore, Lucia of Emperor Yu's Hall, who escaped, also knew my true identity. In other words, from today onwards, I can no longer disguise my identity. I need to return to my original identity, Tung Qingshan answered. What? Zhuge Yuanhong was shocked. A 21-year-old Emptiness Realm expert. The upper echelons of any of the 8 supreme sects would understand the meaning of this news. This is also a good thing. Zhuge Yuanhong took a deep breath and said, You can't hide your name forever. Now is a good time to reveal your identity. From today onwards, Qingshan, you can return to your original name, Tung Qingshan. Yes, Tung Qingshan nodded. Right now, I'm most worried about Emperor Yu's Hall. Zhuge Yuanhong frowned and said, Emperor Yu's Hall has existed for more than 6,000 years and is the oldest sect in the land of the 9 prefectures. It's definitely not as simple as it seems. Qingshan, they know your true identity. I wonder what they will do. Outside Yu City, in the depths of the Blind Bear Mountain Range, in the Sacred Palace, dead? Tonghai is dead? The yellow-cloaked Huang Tianqin's facial expression changed drastically. Yes, we can't do anything about it. Lu Xian gnashed his teeth and his eyes turned red. Martial uncle, the 2 undying phoenixes appeared at the same time. The more powerful undying phoenix immediately burned Shengong II to ashes with a mouthful of flames. He didn't even have the power to fight back. At that time, we split up and fled, and Tonghai was caught. He would definitely die in front of the undying phoenix. Huang Tianqin's facial expression turned ugly. Yu Tonghai had a very special status in Emperor Yu's Hall. Emperor Yu's Hall accepted many disciples. Huang Tianqin Lu Xia, and Yu Tonghai had reached the emptiness realm. Although Huang Tianqin and Lu Xia had been nurtured since they were young, they did not have the bloodline of Emperor Yu. However, Yu Tonghai had the bloodline of Emperor Yu. He had a special status in Emperor Yu's hall. Moreover, that Jing Yi is Tung Qingshan, Lu Xia said in a deep voice. What? Huang Tianqin was shocked. Tung Qingshan, who was chased by Qinghu Island all over the world. Last year, he was only 21 years old, but he was already an emptiness realm expert. Lu Xia looked anxious as he said, Martial uncle, even the four omnipotent experts are not this terrifying. Huang Tianqin's facial expression changed continuously. His face turned from pale white to ashen, and then gloomy. Leave first, Huang Tianqin said in a deep voice. Lu Xia didn't dare to say anything else. He turned and left. Huang Tianqin was the only one left in the quiet room of the sacred palace. Huang Tianqin bowed respectfully and said in a low voice, Honorable, Honorable, this disciple has something to ask the Honorable. What's the matter? Wake me up. A deep and resounding voice that seemed to come from the depths of the earth reverberated in the quiet room. Today, I got off the plane and came back from the airport via the highway. Damn, it's still okay. Today is the last day of a regular activity. From tomorrow onwards, the tomatoes will be renewed on a regular basis, and it will erupt tomorrow. Chapter 5:26. Honorable One. Huang Tianqin said respectfully in a low voice. Emperor Yu's hall has a feud with an idle emptiness realm expert named Jing Yi. Jing Yi has an emptiness realm demonic beast. Today I asked Yu Tonghai, Lu Xia, the wind-splitting dragon falcon, the six-eared earth-drilling mouse, and Shingong II of the shooting sun god mountain to kill Jing Yi. However, who would have thought that Jing Yi would have a helper, the undying phoenix that followed the omnipotent expert, the poetic sword god? Fire Phoenix? A hint of surprise appeared in the deep voice. Yes, the undying phoenix killed Shingong II and Yu Tonghai of the Emperor Yu's hall. Moreover, we discovered that the true identity of this man named Jing Yi is actually a 22-year-old young man named Tung Qingshan, who was chased all over the world. Last year, he was already a very powerful emptiness realm expert. In other words, Tung Qingshan was already an emptiness realm expert at the age of 21, perhaps even earlier than that. Honorable One, please tell us, what should Emperor Yu's hall do now? There was silence. The Honorable One didn't speak for a long time, and Huang Tianqin didn't dare to ask further. Finally, Tianqin, just like how you dealt with the heavenly emperor of the Qi Mountains back then, take a step back, and the world will be clear. Also, spread the news that Jing Yi is Tung Qingshan to the entire land of the 9 prefectures. As for what will happen next, just wait and see. The deep and resounding voice reverberated in the quiet room before it dissipated and no longer rang out. Huang Tianqin was surprised and thought to himself, the way you dealt with the heavenly emperor of the Qi Mountains back then? The Honorable One actually backed down? Could it be because of the undying phoenix? Although Huang Tianqin had doubts, he still calmed down. Emperor Yu's hall would naturally obey the order of the Honorable One. That day, Huang Tianqin arranged for people to spread the shocking news that Jing Yi was the Tung Qingshan who had been running all over the world back then. In the afternoon of the same day, the rainstorm had just stopped. Tung Qingshan and Li Jun sat on the undying phoenix, Little Blue, and flew east towards Jiangning County City. Qingshan, you are really anxious. Li Jun laughed softly. Of course. Tung Qingshan looked towards the east and said, I have been away from home for too long. When I came back from Duamu continent and saw my parents, I could only pretend that I didn't see them. I didn't dare to reveal my identity. I could only let my parents feel sad for me. Since there's no need to keep my identity a secret, the first people I should tell are my father and mother. His voice was very calm, but Tung Qingshan felt that he was about to hold his breath. Nervous, anxiety, guilt. Many emotions were in his heart. Qingshan, don't worry. Father-in-law and mother-in-law will definitely be very happy to see you, Li Jun said with a smile. Qing Shan, Li smiled. Tung Qing Shan looked at Li Jun teasingly. Li Jun blushed and couldn't help but glare at Tung Qing Shan. The atmosphere between the two of them became much warmer. The undying phoenix, Little Blue, flew freely. Sometimes it would look down at the boundless land below. It seemed very curious. After a while, a huge city appeared on the vast land, Jiangning County City. Little Blue. Li Jun pointed downwards and called out to Little Blue. Little Blue swooped down, leaving a fiery red afterimage in the air. It landed in the Gui Yuan sect of Jiangning County City, where Elder Wu's residence used to be. Little Blue stayed in Elder Wu's residence, while Tung Qing Shan and Li Jun used Qinggong to go to Tung Yongfan and his wife's residence. Tung Yongfan and his wife lived in the courtyard of the Gui Yuan sect most of the time. This way, they could see their daughter, Qingyu, and their grandchildren. This was a tranquil and ancient courtyard. The walls were covered with moss, and the walls of the courtyard were covered with grapevines. There was even a small vegetable field in the corner. In the corridor outside the central room, Tung Yongfan was lying on a deck chair. Sometimes he would look at the courtyard, and sometimes he would look at the azure sky after the rain. Woof! Woof! A black and swarthy big dog ran out of the woodshed and ran in front of Tung Yongfan in an instant. Give me one. Tung Yongfan laughed and grabbed the big dog's front legs, making it stand up straight. At this moment, Yuan Lan was cooking in the kitchen. She looked at Tung Yongfan from time to time with a smile. Everything seemed peaceful. This was the life of Tung Yongfan and his wife. Suddenly, Tung Yongfan, who was lying on the reclining chair, seemed to have sensed something and turned his head to look at the courtyard door. Two people, a man and a woman, walked in through the open door. The man was handsome, and the woman was beautiful. Pa! Tung Yongfan loosened his hands, and the big dog fell back to the ground. However, Tung Yongfan still looked at the two people in the courtyard and couldn't help but blink. When Tung Qing Shan saw his father like this, he felt an indescribable pain in his heart. He immediately took 2 steps forward. Bang! Tung Qing Shan knelt heavily on the courtyard stone floor. He looked at his father, who had wrinkles on his face and white hair on his temples. Father! Father! This sound made Tung Yongfan push his wheelchair with both hands and rush over. Plop! The wheelchair slid from the corridor to the courtyard and overturned. Tung Yongfan fell, as well, and hastily used his hands to support himself. What happened? What happened? Yuan Lan, who was in the kitchen, ran out. However, Tung Yongfan didn't feel anything. He used his strong hands to support himself and stared at Tung Qing Shan. His eyes were red and filled with tears. He shouted hoarsely, Lan Lan, our son is back. Qing Shan is back. Yuan Lan had already rushed out of the house. She also saw the young man kneeling in the courtyard. Her eyes were instantly blurred by tears. She tried her best to see. His appearance was very similar to that year, but he was more mature and reserved. Tung Qing Shan turned his head slightly to look at his mother. Mother! Tung Qing Shan's voice was faintly trembling. Yuan Lan hastily wiped her eyes and rushed to Tung Qing Shan with all her might. She squatted down and grabbed Tung Qing Shan's hand. Then, she touched Tung Qing Shan's face. Qing Shan, you are finally back. Yuan Lan couldn't help but hug Tung Qing Shan and trembled as she cried. She would always remember. That year, her son carried her crippled husband and was sent back to the Great Yin Mountain. Without hesitation, he rushed back to the Great Yin Mountain. Since then, she had never seen her son again. She heard that during the battle at the Great Yin Mountain, her son killed many innate experts and was praised as a genius that only appeared once in 500 years. She also heard that her son escaped from the hands of a Golden Dan innate expert. She didn't care about any of this. She only wanted her son to be safe and to come back safe and sound. Qing Shan, I'm not dreaming, am I? Yuan Lan bit her lips and held back her tears. She carefully looked at Tung Qing Shan's face. Tung Yongfan, who was sitting in a wheelchair with both hands, was a very strong man. Aside from the loss of composure at the beginning, he was now completely in control of himself. He shouted in a low voice, "Lan, look at you. Don't cry. Qingshan has been away from home for almost 5 years. Why don't you let Qingshan come in and have a talk? In the future, there will be time for you to talk to your son." "Yes, in the future, there will be a lot of time." Yuan Lan hastily nodded. "Qingshan, get up." Yuan Lan hastily pulled Tung Qingshan. Tung Qingshan felt endless guilt towards his parents. Without caring about anything else, Tung Qingshan knelt down and kowtowed to his parents 3 times. Bang! 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 3 heavy thuds. Immediately, Tung Qingshan raised his head and looked at his parents with tears in his eyes. "Father, mother, I'm unfilial. From today onwards, I will never leave you again. I will never leave you again." "Good, good." As for Tung Yongfan and Yuan Lan pulled Tung Qingshan up. "Qingshan, this lady is..." Tung Yongfan and Yuan Lan both noticed the obedient Li Jun, who was standing behind Tung Qingshan. This was because Tung Qingshan had returned to his original appearance and his eyes. Tung Yongfan and Yuan Lan were able to recognize their son at first glance due to the faint intimacy between their bloodlines. However, they had never seen Li Jun before. "Father, mother." Tung Qingshan pulled Li Jun's hand and said, "This is the wife I married when I crossed the sea. Her name is Li Jun, wife." Yuan Lan's eyes immediately lit up. "Our Tung clan's daughter-in-law." Tung Yongfan looked at Li Jun carefully. Li Jun obediently knelt down and kowtowed 3 times to Tung Yongfan and Yuan Lan. "Daughter-in-law greets father and mother." "Good, good." Yuan Lan didn't know what to do. "I didn't prepare anything, this." Yuan Lan couldn't find anything on her that she could give her daughter-in-law. She was used to living frugally. Although Qingyu had given her some jewelry, she had put it at the bottom of the box. "Father, mother, there's no need." Tung Qingshan hastily said. Tung Yongfan and Yuan Lan's eyes were filled with tears of joy. Being able to see their son and their daughter-in-law, they were naturally very happy. "Father, mother, little June is pregnant." Tung Qingshan said something that made Tung Yongfan and Yuan Lan happy. "Ha ha." Tung Yongfan couldn't help but laugh. However, at this moment, "Father, what are you laughing at? I heard your laughter from far away. What's the big news?" A familiar voice came from outside the courtyard. "Little Yu is here." Tung Yongfan and Yuan Lan turned their heads to look. Tung Qingshan had actually sensed his sister's aura long ago. However, since his identity had been revealed, there was naturally no need for him to hide. Thus, he only smiled and looked at the entrance of the courtyard. He saw Qingyu, who was dressed in green and had her hair tied up in a bun, holding the hands of 2 children as she walked into the courtyard with a charming smile. "Father, mother, today..." His words stopped abruptly. Qingyu stared blankly at the young man and woman standing in the courtyard, especially at the familiar figure with the spear bag on his back. That was the figure she had been extremely attached to since she was young. "Brother?" Qingyu called out softly with some apprehension, some fear that she was dreaming, and some extreme longing. "Qingyu." Tung Qingshan revealed a doting smile. His tone was the same as when he called Qingyu when they were young. 2 chapters were completed. Today, after a bumpy journey back from Kunming, the annual meeting of Qidian had finally ended. After writing these 2 chapters, from tomorrow onwards, Tomato will resume its regular updates, and it will explode tomorrow. Since it was an outburst, he would at least have 4 chapters tomorrow. He would try his best. From tomorrow until the end of March, he would fight until the end of March. Instead of steaming buns, Tomato had no other words. He only had one goal, to fight for first place in the monthly votes. He hoped that everyone would vote for Tomato. He also hoped that everyone would vote for Tomato. Explode. Throw in all the votes. Chapter 5:27. Brother. When Qingyu saw this familiar smile and heard this familiar voice, she could no longer hold back her tears and threw herself into Tung Qingshan's arms. "Brother, you're finally back. I missed you so much, even in my dreams." Qingyu hugged Tung Qingshan tightly, as if she was a child who couldn't bear to part with her toy. Tung Qingshan had taken care of her since she was young, so much so that, in Qingyu's heart, her brother was a tall mountain, a mountain that she could always rely on. "Brother, where have you been all these years?" Qingyu raised her head and looked at Tung Qingshan. "Where else could I have gone? I could only run all over the world because I was being hunted." Tung Qingshan smiled playfully as he scratched his sister's nose and said with a smile. Qingyu wrinkled her nose and intentionally glared at Tung Qingshan. However, this familiar action between brother and sister made Qingyu's heart calm down. "Look at you two." Yuan Lan chuckled as she looked at her children and said, "Little you, your brother is back. Hurry up and tell your brother about Xiao Shan and little you." "Brother." Qingyu squatted down and gently held the boy's hand. She smiled and said, "This is my son with Zhuge Yun. His name is Zhuge Yushan." She then held the hand of another girl and said, "This is our daughter, Zhuge Yuding. These two are twins. Xiao Shan is the older brother, and Ting Ting is the younger sister." Xiao Shan, Ting Ting quickly greet uncle. The pair of delicate-looking children looked curiously at the stranger in front of them. Tung Qingshan smiled faintly. This smile immediately caused the pair of children to feel a sense of closeness towards Tung Qingshan. The boy shouted loudly, "Uncle!" It was as if he was competing with Tung Qingshan. The girl beside him also shouted, "Uncle! Uncle! Uncle! Uncle!" The boy shouted 3 more times, as if he had won, and looked at the little girl. "Uncle! Uncle! Uncle!" The little girl kept shouting. Tung Qingshan, Qingyu, Li Jun, Tung Yongfan, and his wife all laughed out loud when they saw this innocent and unaffected scene. "Haha, who are you calling uncle? Is Qinghu here?" A clear voice sounded. "It's little Yun." Qingyu immediately recognized the person. The person was indeed Zhuge Yun, who was attracted by his children's voices. When he walked into the courtyard, the boy and girl shouted in unison, "Father!" Zhuge Yun, who had walked in with a smile, shouted to Tung Qingshan, "Father-in-law." When he saw Tung Qingshan, he suddenly stopped. "Qing, big brother Qingshan?" Zhuge Yun widened his eyes. "Little Yun, long time no see." Tung Qingshan smiled. "Yin, you're back?" Zhuge Yun seemed to be surprised and happy at the same time. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He carefully observed the person in front of him. Compared to Tung Qingshan, the current Tung Qingshan had become more mature and reserved. Yun looked Yun, and Yun looked. "Hey, Yun." Yun, Zhuge Yun had seen Jingyi before. However, at this moment, Tung Qingshan's appearance was his original appearance. Neither Zhuge Yun nor Qingyu recognized that Tung Qingshan was Jing Yi, whom they had met before. As for Li Jun, during the time that she returned to the 9 prefectures, Li Jun had lived on the island of the 9-Wolf Lake, and also in East City. Most of the time, he stayed at the headquarters of the Snowy Lotus cult in Huyue County of Qingzhou. Neither Zhuge Yun nor Qingyu had ever seen Li Jun. He did not know that Li Jun was Jing Yi's wife. Naturally, he did not deduce Jing Yi was Tung Qingshan. Qingyu, who was at the side, laughed. "What are you staring at? This is my brother. No matter how many times you look at it, it's still my brother. Are you afraid that I'll bully you when my brother comes back?" Zhuge Yun could not help but smile bitterly. "How would I dare to bully you?" "Ha!" Tung Yongfan laughed heartily. "Come in, don't stand outside. It's rare for such a big family to gather together. Come in and talk." Today was the happiest day for Ting Yongfan and Yuan Lan. Their daughter, son-in-law, and a pair of granddaughters had all arrived. Their son, who had been missing for almost 5 years, had also returned with his pregnant daughter-in-law. As parents, what else could they ask for? When Tung Qingshan and his wife, Zhuge Yun and his wife, as well as Xiao Shan and Ting Ting entered the central room and chatted for a short while, suddenly, "Commander Zhuge?" An anxious voice sounded from outside. "Eh?" Zhuge Yun hastily walked out of the central room and looked outside from the corridor. "What's the matter?" "Elder Yin has summoned all the elders and commanders to the main hall. There's an important matter to discuss," the disciple outside said respectfully. Then he left. "Oh." Zhuge Yun was shocked. Recently, Zhuge Yuanhong had been living in his city. In the sect of Jiangning County City, law-enforcing elder Yin Ma Tian was usually in charge of the matters of the Gui Yuan sect. As for the important matters, they were all handed over to Zhuge Yuanhong in his city. Therefore, Elder Yin Ma Tian rarely summoned the high-ranking members of the Gui Yuan sect. "What's the matter?" Zhuge Yin was puzzled. He hastily apologized to Tung Qing Shan and the others in the central room. "In the sect, there's an important matter. I'll go to the main hall first." "What's the matter?" Qingyu humphed discontentedly. In the past, she was very understanding. However, her brother, who had disappeared for many years, had returned today. Now that the whole family had gathered together, it was a very important and joyous occasion. Now that Zhuge Yun had to rush off to do something, she was naturally unhappy. Tung Qing Shan smiled and said, "Little Yin, go ahead. After you're done, come back and have dinner together tonight. My mother's cooking is even better than that of the chefs in the restaurants." Yuan Lan glanced at her son with a smile. Her eyes narrowed as she smiled. After years of worry, Yuan Lan felt as if she had eaten honey after seeing her son for so many years. "Okay, I'll definitely come tonight." Zhuge Yin didn't waste any time and hastily left for the main hall. In the central room, Tung Yongfan and his wife were happily chatting with their daughter and son. "Father, when I was crossing the sea this time, I obtained a treasure," Tung Qing Shan suddenly said. "Treasure?" Tung Yongfan laughed and said, "When I eat and sleep, your mother will accompany me. Why would I need a treasure? If there's a treasure, you children can use it. We don't need it." "Brother, what treasure?" Qingyu was curious. Tung Qingshan took out a jade box from his bosom, looked at his parents, and said, "When I was crossing the sea, I met a good friend. He and his friend obtained a treasure, dreamy cloud white fruit. Part of this dreamy cloud white fruit was used by my friend. Now there's still half of the dreamy cloud white fruit left. This dreamy cloud white fruit has the miraculous effect of bringing the dead back to life." "What?" In the central room, his parents and Qingyu were shocked. "The dead can be revived?" Qingyu said in surprise. At this time, they still didn't understand the true meaning of the dreamy cloud white fruit. The spirit of a person who just died hasn't dissipated. After eating the dreamy cloud white fruit, one can be revived. This is the effect of bringing the dead back to life. As for the flesh and bones, it means that no matter if one has a broken leg or arm, after eating the dreamy cloud white fruit, they can all grow back. When Tung Qingshan said this, his voice trembled slightly. At the same time, he opened the jade box with a click. Even broken legs can grow back. Yuan Lan and Qingyu both held their breaths. Tung Yongfan, who was sitting in the wheelchair, trembled even more. He looked at Tung Qingshan in disbelief and said, "Qingshan, when one's legs were really broken, one would know how happy it was to be able to walk." Even in his dreams, Tung Yongfan wanted to stand up. However, Zhuge Yun and Qingyu had already flipped through all the books that recorded strange treasures. Even the legendary grass of immortality didn't have the ability to regrow broken legs. Tung Yongfan had already accepted his fate. He never thought that he would be able to stand up again in this life. Tung Yongfan came back to his senses and hastily said, "Qingshan, this treasure must be very important. Your father is already old. This treasure, which is hard to find in the land of the 9 prefectures, is wasted on an uncouth old man like me. Father." Tung Qingshan hastily shook his head and said, "If all the treasures in the land of the 9 prefectures can heal your legs, I will find all the treasures even if I have to conquer the land of the 9 prefectures and unify the land of the 9 prefectures." "Father, eat this dreamy cloud white fruit." "Father, eat it," Qingyu hastily said. "Brother Fan." Yuan Lan couldn't help but shout. Tung Yongfan looked at his son and then lowered his head to look at the fruit in the jade box. He could still faintly discern the shape of a baby. He couldn't help but laugh and said, "Okay, Qingshan, I will eat it." Tung Yongfan forcefully suppressed the surging emotions in his heart and reached out to grab one of the fruits. He directly swallowed it. Crunch! Crunch. He chewed a few times and swallowed it. Eh. Tung Yongfan's face suddenly turned red. Crunch. A strange sound came from within Tung Yongfan's body. My legs, my legs. Tung Yongfan's eyes widened as he looked at his legs. His pants were shriveled. But suddenly, from his thighs, the originally empty and shriveled pants were propped up. Although his eyes couldn't see it, he could clearly feel that his legs seemed to be growing. Yuan Lan and Qingyu both widened their eyes. When the effect weakened, Tang Qingshan hastily grabbed the second fruit and handed it over. He had to grow 2 legs to eat the third fruit. Chi-Chi, a pair of fair-skinned but powerful feet belonging to a man, could be seen growing out of his pants. With the naked eye, one could clearly see that even his toes had grown out. In the main hall of the Gui Yuan sect. What's going on today? Why has Elder Yin gathered so many people? Zhuge Yin sat in the main hall, puzzled. The law enforcement elder of the Gui Yuan sect, Elder and I, Elder Zong Feng, as well as many other elders and commanders of the Black Armored Corps, as well as the 4 commanders of the Long Gang Guards. They were all gathered in the main hall. Everyone was somewhat puzzled. Suddenly, Elder Yin is here. Everyone quietened down. Elder Yin Matian's face was slightly flushed, and the veins on his forehead were still throbbing. As soon as he stepped into the main hall, he looked around. Elder Yin, what's going on? Elder and I couldn't help but ask. Everyone. Yin Matian took a deep breath and said with a clear voice, I just received information from the Heavenly Cloud Mountain. The information said that Senior Jing, he brought an Emptiness Realm demonic beast and several Emptiness Realm experts to fight against several Emptiness Realm experts from another side. A group of Emptiness Realm experts fighting? Everyone present inhaled a breath of cold air. And our spies discovered a shocking secret. Yin Matian couldn't help but reveal an excited expression. Senior Jing, he is Tung Qingshan of the Gui Yuan sect. What? Almost everyone present stood up at once, completely dumbfounded. Moreover, this news was heard by over 1,000 people at the foot of the Heavenly Cloud Mountain. It will definitely spread throughout the land of the 9 prefectures in a very short period of time, Yin Matian said hastily. The sovereign should know about this news. He will probably rush back today. We must let the sovereign know that Senior Jing Yi is a member of the Gui Yuan sect. He is our Gui Yuan sect's Tung Qingshan. Zhuge Yun, who was sitting there stunned by the news, finally regained his senses after a long time. Elder Yin, Zhuge Yun suddenly spoke. Everyone in the main hall looked over. Zhuge Yun said in a low voice, I don't know if Senior Jing Yi is Tung Qingshan, but I know. Qingshan. Tung Qingshan is in our sect now. In the sect? Where? Yin Matian couldn't help but shout. At my father-in-law's place, Zhuge Yun said. Chapter 1. Chapter 528. In the living room of Tung Yongfan and his wife. My legs, my feet. Tung Yongfan looked at his big feet in disbelief. Yuan Lan, Qingyu, and their daughter were also very excited. Grandpa, you have legs, Qingyu's son said in a childish voice, looking very surprised. Haha, yes. Tung Yongfan laughed. Father, stand up and walk around, Tung Qingshan said. Yes, stand up and walk around, Yuan Lan urged, suppressing her excitement. Tung Yongfan took a deep breath and looked at his wife and children beside him. He released his hands from the wheelchair and gently placed his 2 big feet on the ground. He exerted some strength in his thighs. Whoosh! He stood up easily. I'm done. I'm completely healed. Tung Yongfan felt the long-lost feeling of standing on solid ground. He was so excited that his eyes became moist. If a crippled man could stand up again one day, he would be able to do so. This joy was indescribable. Tung Yongfan paced back and forth in the living room, jumping up and down from time to time. I'm fine. It's like I never broke. Tung Yongfan stomped his feet. My knee injury is healed. It's better than never. At this moment, Tung Yongfan was like a child, moving his legs in a novel way. Yuan Lan and Qingyu smiled excitedly. Qingshan, Li Jun gently held Tung Qingshan's hand. Tung Qingshan and his wife looked at each other and smiled. Seeing his father stand up again and seeing his mother and sister smile happily, Tung Qingshan felt that it was all worth it. Aha, Qingshan little you. At this moment, Tung Yongfan was in high spirits. He was no longer the old cripple. He was the first hero of Tang Jia village. The heroic spirit appeared again. After all, Tung Yongfan was only 50 years old. He had drunk the scarlet fruit wine, so it wouldn't be difficult for him to live to 150 years old. He hadn't even lived half of his life. He could be considered to be in the prime of his life. Today, I, your father, will personally cook. Tung Yongfan laughed and said, I will make a table of my best dishes for you to taste. Father, are you going to cook? Qingyu pursed her lips. What? You don't believe me? Tung Yongfan glared. Yuan Lan smiled. Little you, your father was a good cook back then. I was hooked by him because I ate his good food. In this life, I will fall into his hands. Tung Yongfan laughed. I haven't done it for so many years, but I won't forget our skills. Alan, you light the fire. Qingshan, Xiaoyu, go wash the rice and vegetables. Yes. Tung Qingshan and Qingyu immediately stood up with a smile. Li Jun also helped from the side. Immediately, the whole family gathered in the kitchen. His mother, Yuan Lan, was lighting the fire, and his father was performing his cooking skills. Tung Qingshan and Qingyu handed over the washed radishes and vegetables and helped from the side. It smells so good. Tung Qingshan couldn't help but sigh when he smelled the fragrance of the meat in the pot. Your father's cooking skills are not fake. Tung Yongfan stood in front of the pot with his bare feet. Father, Qingyu, who was beside him, curled her lips and said, Put on your shoes. It just rained, and you are barefoot. I'm barefoot. Barefoot is comfortable. Tung Yongfan still felt like he was dreaming. Only when he was barefoot could he clearly feel the existence of his feet, letting him know that this was not a dream. Suddenly, bang, 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 there was a knock on the door. Little you, open the door. Zhuge Yun's voice came from outside. Qingyu looked through the kitchen door and towards the entrance of the courtyard, puzzled. Brother, there seems to be a lot of people outside. Not to mention Qingyu, even Yuan Lan, who didn't practice inner strength, could hear the whispers of discussion that sounded out from outside the courtyard. Obviously, there were a lot of people. There are a lot of people. Tung Qingshan smiled faintly and said, They are all the law enforcement elders and commanders of the sect. Sensing the aura, Tung Qingshan determined that there were quite a few familiar faces. Law enforcement elders, commanders? Tung Yongfan was startled. Little you, quickly go open the door. We can't let the law enforcement elders wait outside. For a country bumpkin like Tung Yongfan, the law enforcement elders of the Gui Yuan sect were innate masters. They needed to be respected. How could they neglect them? Yes, father. Qingyu quickly ran to the entrance of the courtyard. With a hua sound, she pulled open the wooden bolt and opened the courtyard door. So many people. Qingyu was shocked. She saw that outside the courtyard, Elder Yin, Elder Anai, and Elder Zongfeng, the three law enforcement elders, were standing side by side in front of the door. Behind them were the numerous elders of the Gui Yuan sect and the commanders of the Black Armored Corps of the Long Gang Guards. All of them were standing in an orderly manner. Even Elder Yin and the others were very well behaved. Elder Yin, you guys are. Qingyu was frightened by the attitude of Elder Yin and the others. In the Gui Yuan sect, even if they were facing the sovereign, the law enforcement elders wouldn't treat them like this. After all, in the land of the 9 prefectures, strength was everything. Zhuge Yuan Hong was a Golden Dan innate master, and Elder Anai and Elder Yin were also Golden Dan innate masters. They were relatively equal to each other. Qingyu, I heard that your brother is back. Elder Yin asked. Qingyu glared at Zhuge Yun, who was beside her, and then nodded with a smile. Elder Yin, my brother is back. He's inside. We want to see your brother. Please pass on the message, Elder Yin said. Please pass on the message? Qingyu was stunned. In the Gui Yuan sect, When this group of law enforcement elders, and commanders wanted to see someone, did they still need to pass on the message? If you want to see my brother, then come in. There's no need to pass on the message, Qingyu said hastily. Rules cannot be abolished. Elder and I, who was at the side, said hastily. In the hearts of Elder Yin, Elder and I, and the other higher-ups of the Gui Yuan sect, Tung Qingshan was the most outstanding person in the land of the 9 prefectures. He was a 21-year-old emptiness realm expert. This was something that even the 4 greatest powerhouses in history could not compare to. Such an existence, just the identity of an emptiness realm expert, was enough to make people revere him. Not to mention, there were the words 21-year-old in front of the emptiness realm expert. Moreover, Tung Qingshan had declared that he had betrayed the Gui Yuan sect in the Great Yin Mountain. Although many people in the Gui Yuan sect believed that Tung Qingshan was a member of the Gui Yuan sect, if they were to argue, Tung Qingshan was indeed not a member of the Gui Yuan sect. Facing a person who wasn't a disciple of the Gui Yuan sect, facing an unprecedented and incredible existence, a 21-year-old emptiness realm expert, facing an existence that had helped the Gui Yuan sect many times and helped the Gui Yuan sect survive. Elder Yin, Elder and I, and the others had no choice but to be respectful. If he were to call out Qingshan in a carefree and familiar manner, it would be a little too arrogant and pretentious. After all, Tung Qingshan was a lofty emptiness realm expert. He was an emptiness realm expert who owned an emptiness realm demonic beast and was only 22 years old. Elder Yin, Elder and I, you don't have to be so polite. Come in. Tung Qingshan smiled as he walked out of the kitchen and stood in the courtyard. If an ordinary person could have Qingshan's achievements, they would be so arrogant. Elder Yin, Elder and I, and the others clearly enjoyed Tung Qingshan's politeness, and they praised him inwardly. After all, Tung Qingshan was the greatest person in the history of the Gui Yuan sect. In fact, he could be said to be the most talented person in the history of the land of the 9 prefectures. Elders, please come in and take a seat. Yuan Lan and Tung Yongfan walked out, and Tung Yongfan even went to carry chairs and stools. Many people noticed Tung Yongfan's legs and were stunned. Tung Yongfan, who had a broken leg, could stand up? No need, no need. An elder behind Elder Yin hastily said, "We are here to pay a visit to Senior Jing, who is also Lord Tung Qingshan." He was a post-luminary realm expert, so he naturally addressed Tung Qingshan as Lord respectfully. Actually, when Tung Qingshan was still in the Gui Yuan sect, he was already a law-enforcing elder. His status was extremely high. Qingyu asked doubtfully, "What are you guys talking about? What is the relationship between Senior Jing Yi and my brother?" "Elders, I have heard of this Jing you are talking about. What does he have to do with my son?" Tung Yongfan said with a frown. Jing Yi's name had long been widely known in the Gui Yuan sect and the Tung clan. Everyone regarded this senior expert, who had saved the Gui Yuan sect from a crisis, as their great benefactor. Each and every one of them sighed at the strength of this senior expert. "Lord Tung is Senior Jing," a commander of the Long Gang Guards hastily said. Tung Yongfan and Yuan Lan hastily looked at Tung Qingshan. They couldn't believe that the senior expert, who was rumored to be 300 to 400 years old, was their son. "Father." Tung Qingshan smiled bitterly and touched his face. At the same time, the muscles and bones of his body changed slightly, turning into Jing Yi's appearance. This, even though everyone present knew that Tung Qingshan was Jing Yi, his ability to change his figure and appearance still stunned everyone present. "Jing Yi is just my pseudonym." Tung Qingshan touched his face again. His body emitted a faint crackling sound, and he once again returned to the appearance of Tung Qingshan. "Jing Yi, my son? Qingshan?" Tung Yongfan blinked and looked at his wife, who was beside him, who was also stunned. They knew that their son was powerful, but this was too unbelievable. Yangzhou, Qinghu Island, Sword Edge Mountain. The blind sword master was sitting cross-legged on a black rock, but his heart was not calm. Yesterday, when Shingong Tu and his group passed by to kill Jing Yi, they had transmitted a message to him, telling him to get ready. Once Jing Yi died, they would flatten the Gui Yuan sect. However, until now, he still hadn't received any news of Jing Yi's death. Pa! A loud and clear sound suddenly rang out. Not far away, Tai Pan, who was holding a secret letter in his hand, accidentally broke a teacup. What happened? The blind sword master hastily shouted. Martial ancestor, there's news. Tai Pan's facial expression was extremely unsightly. Speak quickly. The blind sword master hastily said, Is Jing Yi dead? An emptiness realm expert died. But it wasn't Jing Yi, Tai Pan said. How could this be? The blind sword master frowned. Emperor Yu's hall should not have done this. Tai Pan's facial expression was extremely unsightly as he continued. Martial ancestor, according to the information, Jing Yi has another emptiness realm expert as his helper. According to the description, it's very likely that the helper is the undying phoenix. At the same time, at the foot of the heavenly cloud mountain, according to the information, an expert who had a godly bow and could fly was burned to death. It should be Shangong Tu, who has reached emptiness realm culmination. Shangong Tu is dead? Jing Yi has the undying phoenix as his helper. The undying phoenix that once followed the omnipotent expert Li Tai Bai. The blind sword master couldn't help but exclaim. This news was too shocking. Martial ancestor. Jing Yi has always been using an alias. His real identity is... Tai Pan's voice trembled. Ooh, the blind sword master had a bad feeling. Tung Qing Shan. Tai Pan squeezed the words out of his mouth through gritted teeth. The blind sword master's body suddenly stiffened. This is the second chapter. Continue writing. There is still a third chapter. Chapter 529. Tung Qing Shan, the kid from the Gui Yuan sect? A few thoughts flashed through the blind swordmaster's mind. Then, his mind went blank. It was as if he had been struck by thousands of lightning bolts. He couldn't think at all. He just sat there cross-legged. After a long time, the blind swordmaster let out a deep sigh. Martial ancestor, martial ancestor. Tai Pan sensed that something was wrong. Tai Pan. The blind swordmaster's voice was hoarse. Qinghu Island is finished. Tai Pan froze. It's finished. It's finished. The blind swordmaster's voice sounded like a curse. Emperor Yu's hall had 3 emptiness realm culmination experts. They had the fastest flying wind-splitting dragon falcon and the fastest drilling 6-eared earth-drilling mouse. However, they still failed. Shingong Tu was burned to death. Even Emperor Yu's hall suffered a great loss. How can Qinghu Island defend? How can we defend? Tai Pan's face turned pale. He really can endure. A 21-year-old emptiness realm expert actually disguised his identity. He didn't leak the news to his clansmen. The blind sword master gritted his teeth. Tung Qing Shan can endure. He can endure. No. If he wants to destroy Qinghu Island, he still needs to see if Tung Qing Shan can swallow it. Don't let his stomach explode. The blind sword master instantly made up his mind. Tai Pan, pass down my order, asterisk, 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 after returning to the Gui Yuan sect and seeing his parents. Tung Qing Shan went to see his grandfather, Tung Yunlong, to discuss the Tung clan. On the morning of the second day, the majestic troops of the Tung clan rode on horses and advanced towards the Great Yin Mountain. At the same time, a group of troops from the Black Armored Corps followed. It was noon, and the autumn sun felt very comfortable. The troops of the Tung clan were like a long dragon as they advanced unceasingly. We can finally go home. Tung Yunlong's aged voice was filled with joy. It's all thanks to Qing Shan. Yongfan, you gave birth to a good son. Tung Yunlong, who was riding on his horse, smiled as he glanced at Tung Qing Shan and Li Jun, who were also riding horses. Ha ha! Tung Yongfan couldn't help but laugh. I have lived in the village since I was young. Our Tung clan has 1,000 years of history. Who would have thought that we would be forced to leave our hometown because of me? Tung Yunlong's gaze was misty. However, who would have thought that one day my Tung clan would be able to return? Tung Qingshan asked. Tung Yongfan clan? The land at the foot of the great Tang clan. It was the root of the Tang clan. They had lived there for generations, so they had long since developed feelings for it. The tongue of Tang, it was tongue of clan. The Tang clan Ting clan had lived in for generations. The clan had Tang clan had clan. Under the premise of safety, the Tang clan Ting clan would naturally be attracted to the place where their ancestors had lived. During their conversation last night, Tung Yunlong understood Tung Qingshan's status and immediately brought up this matter. Hearing this news, the entire Tang clan was in jubilation. When the sky darkened, the 2,000 Tang clan members finally arrived at the dilapidated Tang Jia village. Although they hadn't returned for many years, the buildings of Tang Jia village were still very sturdy. Although they looked dilapidated, at least none of the houses had collapsed. Moreover, there were 1,500 black armored army sergeants with them this time. From now on, there would always be a troop stationed at the edge of Tang Jia village. In the pitch-black night, torches were lit on the training field of Tang Jia village. Teacher, Tung Shou and Shui Xian led 98 youths and stood there respectfully. They had also received orders from Tung Qingshan to rush to Tang Jia village. Fortunately, Tung Hongho knew the location of his hometown, so they could arrive easily. Is the house built? Tung Qingshan looked at Tung Shou. Yes, we arrived this afternoon. I took many huge stones from the Great Yin Mountain and built many stone houses at the edge of the forest on the west side of the village. These houses are enough for these youths to live in temporarily. We also brought a lot of food, and these disciples have already eaten dinner. Tung Shou answered respectfully. Tung Qingshan nodded with satisfaction. Yes, let all the disciples rest. We will do many things tomorrow. Tonight, the entire Tang Jia village was very lively. Every household was very happy. Night. Tung Qingshan and Li Jun snuggled up to each other on the bed. That's it for now. Tung Qingshan said, tomorrow morning, I will go to the Great Yin Mountain and choose a nearby mountain. On the mountain, I will arrange for people to start building some palaces. In the future, that will be the foundation of my branch of internal martial arts. We will also live on the mountain. The mountain I choose is a few li away from Tang Jia village. This way, I can completely make Tang Jia village a part of my branch of internal martial arts, Tung Qingshan said with a smile. In the plan, the Great Yin Mountain would become the foundation of the branch of internal martial arts in the future. As for Tang Jia village, it would expand and build the entire village into a castle or a small city. This would make Tang Jia village the holy land of the branch of internal martial arts. Qingshan, will the branch of internal martial arts be as strong as the branch of Buddhism and the branch of Taoism? Li Jun whispered. Of course. Tung Qingshan said confidently. I'm still young and have plenty of time. Moreover, the branch of internal martial arts is not weaker than the Buddhism and Taoism. Although the requirements for talent are higher, once I succeed, my strength will be much stronger than the Taoism and Buddhism of the same level. With this alone, the branch of internal martial arts will be able to prosper. What I want to do is to create a fertile land for the branch of internal martial arts to flourish. The next morning, Tung Qingshan, Li Jun, and the dreamy cloud martial immortal entered the Great Yin Mountain and began to search for a suitable mountain peak. Last night, Mu Tao, Little Blue's mother, and the six-legged blade-like Qi rested beside the forest on the west side of Tang Jia village. Brother Qingshan, this Great Yin Mountain doesn't have any particularly tall mountain peaks. They're all small mountains. Mu Tao shook his head and said. Tung Qingshan also frowned as he stood on top of a mountain that was only 100 zhang tall. Looking around, the entire Great Yin Mountain was very big, but without a particularly tall mountain peak, it was impossible to accommodate tens of thousands of people. Qingshan, look. Li Jun's eyes brightened as she pointed to the front, left, and back. In this area, the tall mountain peaks are about 100 zhang tall, and the shorter ones are about 100 zhang tall. This area has a circumference of several li. There are mountain peaks and valleys. The palaces don't have to be built on the mountains. They can be built in the valleys. If we build this area, it will be enough to accommodate tens of thousands of people. Tung Qingshan nodded with a smile. However, if we really want to establish a sect here, Tung Qingshan said with a smile, we have to discuss this with the demonic dragon Violet Rain and the golden dragon turtle. The Great Yin Mountain was a place that Tung Qingshan often visited when he was young. Therefore, when he wanted to establish a sect, the first place that came to his mind was the Great Yin Mountain. Tung Qingshan glanced at Li Jun and saw that her lips were dry. He smiled and said, Little Jun, you must be thirsty after running for so long. I will go and get some water for you. With this, Tung Qingshan's right hand transformed into a blade of light and cut a bamboo on the mountain, easily creating a bamboo tube that could hold water. He tapped his feet and transformed into a bolt of lightning as he dashed toward a waterfall that was 100 zhang away. Li Jun looked at this scene with a sweet smile. Next to the waterfall, a curtain of water that was 100 zhang tall fell from the sky and smashed into the pool, creating white splashes. Tung Qingshan squatted down and scooped some water from the bamboo tube. He drank a mouthful of water to taste. It's quite refreshing and sweet. Tung Qingshan nodded with a smile. He then filled the bamboo tube with water and turned to walk toward Li Jun. However, from the corner of his eyes, Tung Qingshan suddenly discovered that the water from the pool that was washed down by the waterfall was flowing slowly along a mountain stream. On both sides of the mountain stream, there were many weeds and plants. He could vaguely see fishes and prawns in the water and some ants by the shore. Tung Qingshan was inexplicably touched by this scene. Water is extremely soft and extremely tough. Dripping water can penetrate a stone. Therefore, I used the drilling force to create the toxic dragon drill. Ever since Tung Qingshan comprehended the Tao of Death, he deduced the water elemental Tao and created the 8th move of the water elemental fist. However, no matter how hard he tried, he was still unable to comprehend the water elemental Tao. Tung Qingshan squatted down and formed a blade of light with his hand. Hua! The blade of light sliced through the water. The water was naturally split apart, but when the blade of light passed through, the water merged back together. Cutting water with a blade will make the water flow faster. I understand this Tao. However, the Tao of water is not so shallow. Tung Qingshan looked at the fishes and prawns in the stream and the plants by the shore. Water is the same as the earth. It nourishes all living things and benefits all living things. It can enter the seamless land and cleanse all living things. It accumulates in the deep pool. It looks clear, but it is actually unfathomable. This is water. It looks ordinary, but it still exists in all living things. Tung Qingshan suddenly felt that water was the existence closest to the Tao. The highest virtue is like water. It nourishes all living things and does not compete. As he thought, Tung Qingshan placed the bamboo tube aside and started to practice his fist art. The concept of the water element fist was affected by the Tao of Death, so it was more ruthless. Although he had some understanding, Tung Qingshan was still unable to make a breakthrough after practicing the water element fist over and over again. Rumble. The waterfall continued to crash on the water surface, splashing a large amount of water mist. Seeing this scene from the corner of his eyes, Tung Qingshan was enlightened. Clouds and mist, rainwater, ice, solid, liquid, and gas. They are all changeable and can be replaced at will. However, in essence, they're all water. This is water, beneficial to all living things, but it has no form. It can bear the weight of all living things, and the sea can contain hundreds of rivers. Being tolerant is great. This is all water. It is a kind of tolerance that can melt all living things in the world. Tung Qingshan naturally punched out the 9th punch after punching out the 8th punch. The punch was like a phantom of clouds and mist. It looked gentle. However, it seemed to contain everything, making it hard for people to comprehend. This is water. Tung Qingshan revealed a smile. I have to thank Pei San. His reminder was indeed very important. Up to Chapter 3 and Chapter 4. Chapter 530. Not far away, the dreamy cloud martial immortal, Mu Tao, stared in astonishment at Tung Ching Shan, who was executing the water element fist next to the waterfall. Brother Ching Shan, he made a breakthrough again? How can he be so fast? He could clearly sense the aura of Tung Ching Shan's soul. There was an additional dreamy aura of clouds and mist. Normally, the further one advances, the harder it is to make a breakthrough. Mu Tao was confused. Whoosh! From afar, Tung Ching Shan leaped over a distance of 100 zhang and landed on the top of the mountain. Congratulations, Brother Ching Shan, Mu Tao said with a smile. Tung Ching Shan smiled. Back then, Pei San had guided him to cultivate the Tao of Death first. He was one step ahead before he comprehended the water elemental Tao. Then, he advanced another step. 2 small steps, when combined, will be one big step. 20% of the power of the heavens and earth. Now, except for the wood elemental Tao, he had comprehended the other 4 Taos. If I didn't have the Tao of Death as the center, I don't know how long it would take me to comprehend the water elemental Tao. Tung Ching Shan sighed inwardly. Now, he could control 80% of the power of the heavens and earth. In addition to his physical strength, he could rival other emptiness realm experts who could control 90% of the power of the heavens and earth. With 90% of the power of the heavens and earth, if he relied on the 36 splitting mountain forms of Emperor Yu, the power would be close to 110%. Brother Mu Tao, don't praise me. I have comprehended 4 of the 5 elemental Taos. However, I haven't even started on the last wood elemental Tao, let alone comprehending it. Not to mention comprehending it. Tung Ching Shan also knew that it was not easy to cultivate the Tao. Sometimes, the journey would be smooth sailing, and one would be able to directly comprehend a Tao. However, sometimes, one would be stuck at a stage and wouldn't be able to break through. As for the water elemental Tao, Tung Ching Shan's cultivation speed was much faster due to the Tao of Death as a medium. Without Pei San's guidance, it would have taken him a long time to comprehend the water elemental Tao. I hope that I won't be stuck at the wood elemental path. This was what Tung Ching Shan was most worried about. It wouldn't be strange for him to be stuck there for 100 years. Moreover, from the looks of it, Tung Ching Shan did not have the talent to cultivate the wood elemental Tao. Otherwise, how could he not even be able to learn it? In the open space to the west of Tung Jia village, Tung Ching Shan held the reincarnation spear in his hand, and the spear moved along with him. For a moment, Tung Ching Shan's silhouette became blurry, and the shadows of the spear became even more indistinct, as if they were misty clouds. Roar! Suddenly, a roar came from the hazy shadow of the spear, along with a faint sound of thunder. A giant awl, which was faintly entwined with lightning and burning flames, tore apart the sky and earth. Suddenly, this giant cone of lightning and flames came to an abrupt stop, and all the light dissipated. It turned out that this was just a seemingly ordinary spear. Indeed, if I can truly comprehend the essence of the water elemental Tao, even though it is difficult for me to amplify the different powers of the heavens and the earth, I can still comprehend the essence of the water elemental Tao. However, it's still possible to avoid internal friction. Tung Ching Shan revealed a smile. Water could merge with all things, carry all things, and benefit all things. It was extremely soft, yet indestructible. Moreover, it could change into various forms at will. Because of its tolerance and change, it could completely use the power of water as a lubricant to fuse with other powers of the heavens and earth and carry each other. At least, it prevented internal friction between the powers of the heavens and earth. For example, one could unleash 100% of the power of the heavens and earth. This is the essence. Some people, through the secret manuals left behind by their predecessors, may also comprehend the Tao. Perhaps they also comprehend the Tao. However, the Tao they comprehend is obviously not deep enough. They won't be able to use the power of water more exquisitely. Tung Shan was very clear that even if they both comprehended the Tao, there were differences between them. Some people comprehended the Tao of heaven and could control 100% of the power of the heavens and earth, but they could only unleash 80% or 90% of the power. Some people comprehended the Tao of heaven and could control 100% of the power of the heavens and earth, but they could only unleash 110% or even 120% of the power. However, there were also people who comprehended the Tao of heaven and earth, but because their understanding was deeper, they could even directly break through, create their own world, and step into the insightful emptiness realm. By relying on a secret book and getting used to the guidance of the secret book, comprehension is fast. However, the understanding of the Tao is also affected by the secret book. Those who read the book will definitely not have a deeper understanding of the book than those who rely on their own comprehension to write a book. Tung Shan also understood why Pei Sen said so. Suddenly, Shan, a person walked over from afar. Teacher, Tung Shan smiled as he put away his reincarnation spear and walked over. The person who came was Zhuge Yuanhong. Elder and I and the others have arrived, right? Tung Shan said. Zhuge Yuanhong nodded. The law-enforcing elder has arrived. Looking at the bustling Tongjia village, he couldn't help but smile. Shan, Tongjia village is currently being expanded. In a month or two, the expansion and reconstruction will be completed. Tongjia village can accommodate tens of thousands of people. Tung Shan also smiled. Shan, Zhuge Yuanhong's expression suddenly became solemn. What's wrong? Tung Shan was slightly surprised. Zhuge Yuanhong said solemnly. A while ago, according to the scouts of the Gue Yuan sect, many elite disciples of Qinghu Island have already left Qinghu Island. According to my estimation, the Blind Sword Master has also left Qinghu Island. Shan, if you want to kill him, it will be very troublesome. I'm afraid it will be very difficult to find him. Tung Shan smiled. Teacher, don't worry. If the Blind Sword Master is really a coward, then it won't affect the Gue Yuan sect's plan to occupy the entire Yangzhou. Once he makes a move, his tracks will be exposed. If Little Blue and I encounter him, he will definitely die. Tung Shan was very confident. With his current strength, he didn't need to fear the Blind Sword Master, let alone the undying phoenix, Little Blue. It should be known that even Yu Tonghai, who could use 120% of the power of the heavens and earth, was forced to break his own legs, let alone the Blind Sword Master. Teacher, since the innate experts of the Gue Yuan sect have left Jiangning County and are temporarily living in Tongjia Village, Little Blue's mother and the six-legged blade-like Qi are here. Little Blue's mother and the six-legged blade-like Qi are here. Then there will be no danger. Tung Shan nodded. Little Blue and I can begin our operation. This afternoon, Little Blue and I will set off for Qinghu Island. Yes, attack Qinghu Island. Tung Shan had already planned for this day. However, to be cautious, he had gathered the 98 disciples of the third generation of the Tongjia village, the branch of internal martial art, and the elites of the Gue Yuan sect. With Little Blue's mother and the six-legged blade-like Qi, everything would be fine. Then, they would begin to deal with Qinghu Island in a grandiose manner. Now that the Gue Yuan sect was powerful and prosperous, they didn't need to use any schemes. They only needed to carefully rely on their powerful strength and advance step by step, not giving Qinghu Island a chance to take advantage of them. Then, they could steadily occupy the entire Yangzhou. All right, Shan, you'll make your move this afternoon. As for the 12,000-long gang guards of the Gue Yuan sect, they are already ready. When your side is ready, the long gang guards will lead an army of 100,000 and begin the attack. Zhuge Yuanhong revealed a smile. 12,000 first-rated warriors, with the fiery gilt steel battle armor, will absolutely be invincible. The threat of over 10,000 first-rated warriors was comparable to that of an army of 1 million. Not to mention that each and every one of them was wearing the fiery gilt steel battle armor. Even the energy-slaughtering guardians of the heavenly god palace would be defeated when they encountered the long gang guards. Qing Shan, when will Little Blue's mother leave? Zhuge Yuanhong inquired. With Little Blue's mother, she would be a stabilizing force. According to what she said, she should be leaving in another 5 days. Tung Qing Shan had no other choice. The reason why Little Blue's mother stayed for a period of time was to intimidate the sex with crooked thoughts. However, no matter what, Little Blue had already learned many of Little Blue's mother's ultimate moves. Little Blue's mother was very relieved that her child lived in the 9 prefectures. That afternoon, Little June, I'll leave the matters of Tongjia village to you. Once you discover that something is wrong, inform the blade-like Qi and Little Blue's mother. Tung Qing Shan carried the spear pouch and a wooden box on his back as he bid farewell to Li Jun. I'm fine here. You be careful, Li Jun hastily said. Tung Qing Shan nodded. Today, only Li Jun and Zhuge Yuanhong came to send off Tung Qing Shan. In order to prevent his parents from worrying, Tung Qing Shan didn't tell them that he would attack Qinghu Island today. In silence, Tung Qing Shan rode the undying phoenix, Little Blue, and left Tongjia village. Phew, the undying phoenix transformed into a fiery red flowing light and flew above the 9 heavens. It didn't take long for the vast Qing Lake to appear in Tung Qing Shan's field of vision after a distance of over 1,000 li. Little Blue below. Tung Qing Shan pointed the way. The undying phoenix, Little Blue, flapped its wings slightly, streaked across the sky, and dived down towards Qinghu Island. This ancient island was the foundation of Qinghu Island. There were a great number of ancient buildings and ruins left by the ancestors. Although Qinghu Island arranged for many elite disciples to leave, there were still over 100,000 people gathered on the island. Look, what's that? The tens of thousands of disciples of Qinghu Island raised their heads and looked at the sky. A beautiful, godly bird with a length of 4 zhong, 10 meters, could be seen hovering above the island, bathed in flames. Its entire body was covered in fiery red feathers, making it look holy and pure. Every time it flapped its wings slightly, the flames would rise and fall. On the back of this gigantic godly bird was Tung Qing Shan, dressed in a white cloak. Everyone of Qinghu Island, listen up. A deep voice came down from the sky and echoed in every inch of Qinghu Island. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the sky. If you want to escape, jump into the Qing Lake. After 15 minutes, I will burn Qinghu Island. Those who stay on the island will die. Tung Qing Shan's indifferent voice sounded. Immediately, his words made many disciples of Qinghu Island angry and crazy. Some of them raised their heads and cursed, and some of them clamored. Of course, there were also many disciples who rushed to the edge of Qinghu Island. Once they saw that the situation was bad, they would jump into the lake. High up in the sky, Tung Qing Shan looked down coldly and said, "The blind sword master is really ruthless." He left his nest directly. However, since the Gui Yuan sect has started a war with Qinghu Island, one side will be annihilated. Burning Qinghu Island will be a fatal blow to the morale of Qinghu Island. Yes, after burning Qinghu Island, we will go and find Blind Tai. Little Blue. Tung Qing Shan gestured. Screech, a high-pitched cry rang out. The legendary undying phoenix flapped its wings at this moment, and an endless amount of fiery red flames descended from the sky. It was as if a disaster was descending. Endless flames descended continuously, landing on every corner of Qinghu Island. According to the books of the Wanxiang sect, August 28th, afternoon, Tung Qing Shan rode the undying phoenix and burned Qinghu Island. The fire burned for 3 days and 3 nights before it was extinguished. Qinghu Island, which had 1,000 years of history, was left with nothing but a piece of scorched earth. Into the 4th chapter, Tomato is writing very slowly now. When I was in Kunming, Tomato's finger tenosynovitis broke out. Now, my typing speed is much slower than before. One chapter takes over 2 hours. It takes a long time, but the updates are not few. Chapter 531. Tung Ching Shan sat cross-legged on the back of the undying phoenix, Little Blue. He looked down at Ching Hu Island, which had turned into a sea of fire. A cold glint flickered in his eyes as he said, Ching Hu Island, weren't you powerful and domineering in the past? Today, this fire will be the beginning of the death of Ching Hu Island. Blind Tai, do you think that I won't be able to find you if you hide? Little Blue. Tung Ching Shan pointed the direction of the undying phoenix, Little Blue. Immediately, the undying phoenix flapped its wings and flew into the distance. Although the blind sword master had burned down Ching Hu Island, Tung Ching Shan knew very well that the blind sword master must have moved the elite disciples, important figures, and many treasures of Ching Hu Island away. What was left on this island was just an empty shell. Burning the island would not affect the strength of Ching Hu Island much. However, it would affect the morale of Ching Hu Island greatly. Ching Hu Island's 1,000-year-old nest was burned down just like that. Any disciple of Ching Hu Island would naturally think. Even the island lord and the Grand Supreme Elder gave up and left the island. They were burned down by the enemy. The island lord must have thought that he was no match for the enemy. With this thought in mind, many disciples with weak wills would directly surrender during the course of the battle. No, this can't be true. In the middle of the Qing Lake, many people were slapping the lake water to prevent it from sinking. They floated on the surface of the water and looked at Ching Hu Island, which had turned into a sea of fire. Some of the old men's hair had already turned white. They had lived on the island their whole lives, and their loyalty to Ching Hu Island had long been engraved into their souls. Today, Ching Hu Island had been burned down. To them, it was as if the sky had collapsed. On the shore of the Qing Lake, among the weeds, 2 young men were looking at the island in the middle of the lake. Their expressions were extremely unsightly. Ching Hu Island has been burned down. One of the young men, who seemed honest, said in a deep voice, "The Gue Yuan sect is really ruthless." The other young man gnashed his teeth and said, "This is war. It's either you die or I die. It's not really ruthless." The honest young man said in a low voice, "Junior Marshal Brother, this is only burning Ching Hu Island. The remaining soldiers of Ching Hu Island are all old and weak. The war between the Gue Yuan sect and Ching Hu Island has just begun. It's still not certain who will win. Yes, quickly report this news to the island lord." The 2 scouts quietly left. In Lu City, a small city about 1,000 li away from Ching Hu Island, there was an ordinary-looking mansion. In the dark study room, the doors and windows were tightly shut. A golden-haired man dressed in a gray cloak was sitting cross-legged. This person was the island lord of Ching Hu Island, one of the 7 supreme sects in the land of the 9 prefectures, Taipan. He sat quietly in the study room for a long time. "Island lord." A voice came from outside. "Enter," Taipan said in a low voice. Creak. The door of the study opened. An ray of sunlight shone in, causing Taipan to squint his eyes. After entering the study, the bald man hastily closed the door of the study. He then respectfully handed over a report and said, "Island Lord, this is the news that was just sent from Ching Hu Island." Taipan took a deep breath and received the report. He unfolded it and took a look. Taipan's face instantly turned red. "Tung Ching Shan, you've gone too far." Taipan couldn't help but roar. Although he was prepared, he was still so angry that his body trembled. "Get out," Taipan scolded. "Yes, Island Lord." The bald man hastily retreated and closed the door. Taipan read the report carefully, reading it over and over again. There was only a simple description in the report. A person rode on a divine flaming bird and descended on Ching Hu Island. Boundless flames descended and turned Ching Hu Island into a sea of fire. It seemed simple, but this island was the foundation of Ching Hu Island. Taipan clenched his fists in anger when his foundation was destroyed. From the afternoon until the sky turned dark. Outside of Lu City, about 100 miles underground, there was a large hole in the center of one of the rocks. A skinny, black-cloaked blind man was sitting cross-legged. Even if Tung Qingshan searched the entire Yangzhou, he wouldn't be able to find the blind sword master 100 li underground. Blind Tai's grayish-white eyes flashed fiercely. Whoosh! Like a sharp sword, he shot up into the sky, smashing rocks, sand, and even rushing through lava. A moment later, Blind Tai emerged from the ground of Taipan's study. Bang! Crushed rocks rolled to the side, and Blind Tai landed in the study. Martial ancestor. Taipan hastily stood up when he saw the person. Did anything happen today? The black-cloaked blind man asked coldly. Ever since the day he sensed danger, the blind sword master had been staying underground every day. He had been very cautious. To a blind man, it didn't matter if he was on the surface or underground. After all, they couldn't see. Martial ancestor, Taipan said in a deep voice. Tung Qingshan burned the entire island with the help of the undying phoenix. The black-cloaked blind man's body trembled slightly before he steadied himself. The Gui Yuan sect has finally declared war on us, the black-cloaked blind man said in a deep voice. This fire was the beginning of the war. Sigh, if I had known that Tung Qingshan was so powerful, I would have killed him at all costs, Taipan said regretfully. Taipan couldn't help but regret. Actually, if the Emptiness Realm expert, Blind Tai, had personally dealt with Tung Qingshan, who hadn't even reached the Emptiness Realm, Tung Qingshan definitely wouldn't have been able to escape. However, they had sent Zhao Danshan to Yuzhou to pursue and kill Tung Qingshan. The men of Qinghu Island were already confident. Secondly, it was unbelievable for an Emptiness Realm culmination expert to pursue and kill an innate expert. No one was a prophet who could predict the future. It was too late to regret now. It's useless to regret. The black-cloaked blind man said coldly, We have a great advantage now, and that is the number of ordinary soldiers and elite soldiers. We have an absolute advantage over the Gui Yuan sect. After all, the Gui Yuan sect only has a foothold in one county. How many soldiers can they send? Sending 100,000 soldiers would be impressive. However, for a big city like Yangzhou, 100,000 soldiers are nothing. Among the 13 counties of Yangzhou, 10 to 20,000 soldiers are needed just to guard a county city, let alone attack the city. The 12 counties need over 100,000 soldiers. The Gui Yuan sect doesn't even have enough soldiers to guard the city. Qinghu Island has over 2 million soldiers. We can exhaust them to death. Is it possible that the Gui Yuan sect will always let the Emptiness Realm expert fight? That's ridiculous. Even if the other 12 counties of Yangzhou surrender temporarily, once the Emptiness Realm expert leaves, the surrendered soldiers will rebel. Do you think they can suppress 2 million soldiers with such a small number of soldiers? The black-cloaked blind man was very confident. It didn't mean that the Emptiness Realm expert was strong enough. After all, no matter how powerful the Emptiness Realm expert was, he was only one person. He couldn't manage every place at the same time. This was also why the Heavenly God Palace had to endure for so long and accumulate a strong enough army before they could rise. In the pitch-black night, the undying phoenix spread its wings and soared several thousand zhang high in the sky. Tung Qingshan was also on its back, constantly sensing the aura below through his domain. This Blind Tai is hiding really well. I have been looking for him for so long, but I still can't find his shadow. Tung Qingshan shook his head. He had been searching for Blind Tai from the afternoon until it was dark, but he still couldn't find Blind Tai. The aura of an Emptiness Realm expert compared to an ordinary person was like the sun compared to a grain of sand. As long as Tung Qingshan covered the area with his domain, he would be able to find the powerful aura of an Emptiness Realm expert. As for finding Taipan and Guiyong, it was much more difficult. This was because Taipan and Guiyong were not Emptiness Realm experts and didn't have the harmonization of the spirit with the heavens and earth. Their auras were much weaker than an emptiness realm expert's, but they were much stronger than ordinary people. It was naturally easy to find an aura as strong as the sun among the countless auras of souls. However, it was much more difficult to find the aura of an innate expert that was only slightly stronger than an ordinary person. After all, it was easy to find an iron ball the size of a head in the sand. It would take a lot of time to find soybeans that were slightly larger than grains of sand in the sand. It was the same principle. If one wanted to find an innate expert among the crowd, they would have to stop at every place for a few breaths of time. To find an emptiness realm expert, Tung Qingshan could let the undying phoenix fly over at lightning speed. As long as it flew over a certain area, it would be able to know if there was an emptiness realm expert. However, to find an innate expert, the undying phoenix would have to fly slowly. It would take a few breaths of time to identify each area. If that was the case with the vastness of Yangzhou, who knew how long it would take? Little Blue. Tung Qingshan pointed downwards. In the middle of the night, the undying phoenix swooped into Tongjia village. That night, Tung Qingshan and Zhuge Yuanhong met up. Chi-Chi, the candle emitted a dim light. The master and disciple sat opposite each other, drinking and chatting. Haha, I expected it. Zhuge Yuanhong said with a smile. It's normal for the blind sword master to hide. If he really wanted to hide, it would be very difficult for you to find him. However, Qingshan, this time you went to Qinghu Island and burned it. Our goal has been achieved. Our army can move out in 5 days. 5 days? Tung Qingshan froze. Yes, 5 days. Zhuge Yuanhong nodded and said, burning Qinghu Island will greatly affect the morale of Qinghu Island's army. This is especially true for the counties that don't have much loyalty. I'm afraid that when our army arrives, they will open their gates and surrender. Therefore, when the news of burning Qinghu Island spreads throughout Yangzhou, we will act. 5 days is enough time for the news to spread. Open their gates and surrender? Tung Qingshan was slightly surprised. Among the 13 counties of Yangzhou, Shuyang County, Tianan County, and Shu County of Tai Hall have been in chaos for many years. These 3 counties don't have much loyalty to Qinghu Island. Zhuge Yuanhong smiled and said, with the strength we have shown, we can easily take over this county city. Of course, our first battle should scare Qinghu Island and shock the world. We should let the entire Yangzhou know that our Gui Yuan sect not only has powerful emptiness realm experts, but our army is also extremely powerful. Tung Qingshan nodded. Oh right, teacher, there's only so much fiery gilt steel. The Long Gang Guards have a total of 12,000 men. This fiery gilt steel battle armor is not enough. Tung Qingshan suddenly thought of this. According to his calculations, the amount of fiery gilt steel could only make over 3,000 sets of fiery gilt steel battle armor. It's not enough. Zhuge Yuanhong nodded and said, take out most of the fiery gilt steel and make a total of 2,000 sets of battle armor made entirely of fiery gilt steel. At the same time, mix the remaining fiery gilt steel with other ores. We have made 15,000 sets of fiery feather battle armor. 5 days from now, the fiery gilt battle armor, the fiery feather battle armor, and the Long Gang Guards will reveal the strength of the Gui Yuan sect to the world. Zhuge Yuanhong's eyes shone. The Gui Yuan sect would also ascend to the ranks of the supreme sects of the 9 prefectures. Chapter 1. Chapter 532. Qingshan, I have something I need you to do. Zhuge Yuanhong's expression suddenly became solemn. Teacher, tell me. Tung Qingshan hastily said. Zhuge Yuanhong said in a deep voice, Qingshan, I'm sure you can see that the Gui Yuan sect is not as powerful as Qinghu Island. Our biggest weakness is that we don't have enough manpower. The 13 counties of Yangzhou have a population of 200 to 300 million. We need at least 100,000 men to control the other 12 counties. However, apart from the army that our Gui Yuan sect has sent to protect ourselves, we can only send out the Long Gang Guards and 100,000 ordinary troops at most. Tung Qingshan frowned and nodded. This was indeed a difficult problem. After all, the Gue Yuan sect was based in one county. Its manpower naturally couldn't compare to Qinghu Island, let alone the heavenly god palace. So, Qingshan, go to the Tai, a mountain range. Zhuge Yuanhong said, the Tai mountain range is located in the south of Yangzhou and runs through several counties. Didn't you already arrange a group of people called the Xiong Shou Gang in the Tai mountain range? This time, you need to let this group of people expand their forces. When the time comes, when we attack the south of Yangzhou, we will need their help. Tung Qingshan nodded slightly, understanding his teacher's meaning. Teacher, I need 500 sets of fiery gilt battle armor and 1,500 sets of fiery feather battle armor. Tung Qingshan said, Yes, okay. Zhuge Yuanhong smiled and nodded. Even if you didn't ask, I would still let you bring the battle armor. With these battle armors, plus the 2 bottles of elixir of the North Sea, you can create an elite army. However, Qingshan, it's best to use the elixir of the North Sea sparingly. After all, these bandits are not as loyal as the disciples of my sect. Understood, teacher. I will choose 500 people and let them take the elixir of the North Sea. As for loyalty, teacher, don't worry. These bandits were very tough. In my disciples' fierce beast gang, only those who are brave and courageous are chosen to join. Tung Qingshan knew very well that these bandits, who lived on the edge of a knife every day, were even braver than some city guards. Once they had decided on a leader, they would not betray him unless they had no other choice. The next morning, Tung Qingshan left Tungjia village with the undying phoenix, Little Blue. They first went to Jiangning County City. Tung Qingshan took the fiery gilt steel battle armor and the fire feather battle armor, a total of 2,000 sets, and placed them in a gigantic metal box. Tung Qingshan lifted the gigantic metal box with one arm and stepped on Little Qing's back. Then, they flew towards the Tai, a mountain range. Phew! High up in the sky, above the clouds. The morning sun shone in all directions. Tung Qingshan lifted the huge metal box that weighed more than 200,000 kilograms, but it was as easy as lifting a small bag. Little Blue, you're here. Tung Qingshan had already sensed the Tai, a mountain range below, and he had also discovered the location of the Xiong Shou Gang. Whoosh! Tung Qingshan leaped down from Little Blue's back, and like a meteorite, he fell straight down from the sky at an astonishing speed. After his body entered the power of the heavens and earth, Tung Qingshan's speed became even faster. When he rapidly descended near the treetops of the numerous trees in the Tai, a mountain range, his speed suddenly decreased. Chi-chi, the air faintly vibrated. Tung Qingshan smashed into the mountain rocks, and his feet sank into the mountain rocks. Looking at the huge metal box in his hands, he couldn't help but smile. It's difficult to even land steadily while lifting a metal box that weighs more than 200,000 jin. Immediately after, Tung Qingshan raised the metal box high and transformed into a mirage. With a few swaying movements, he had already entered the Xiong Shou Gang's territory. Yang Dong held a dark red, thin sword in his hand and was practicing the sword art taught to him by Tung Qingshan in his personal training field. For a moment, it was as if his entire body had become one with the sword, and it was obvious that he was giving off a cold and strange feeling. Out of the corner of his eyes, Yang Dong saw a person suddenly appear in the training field, and his heart jumped in fright. When he took a closer look, Master. Yang Dong hastily stopped his sword practice and walked over respectfully. Dong, your swordsmanship is not bad. Tung Qingshan smiled as he put down the metal box in his hand. The huge metal box weighed more than 200,000 jin. It landed on the ground, causing the ground to tremble slightly. This time, I'm here for you to make a big move. Master, please tell me. Yang Dong's eyes lit up. I've been itching to stay in this place. There is no worthy opponent in the Tai on mountain range. Who? A gray shadow abruptly landed at the side. Tung Qingshan turned his head and saw that it was the whole Gale Eagle, Little Gray. The whole Gale Eagle had not seen Tung Qingshan for quite some time and seemed very excited. It hastily flew over and even used its head to rub against Tung Ching Shan's arm to show its affection. This little gray has eaten so much of my meat. They didn't even give me any face. Master, as soon as you arrived, it became so intimate with you. Yang Dong curled his lips. Ha! Tung Ching Shan smiled as he stroked the whole gale eagle's feathers. He then instructed Yang Dong, Dong, the Gui Yuan sect's army will start attacking the counties under the rule of Qinghu Island. When the time comes, especially when they attack the southern part of Yangzhou, they will need your help. I'll give you an order, become the strongest gang in the Taiyang mountain range within 3 months at the latest. It must also have the largest number of people. Tung Ching Shan instructed. Yang Dong widened his eyes and smiled bitterly. Master, the Xiong Shou gang is one of the top gangs in the Taiyang mountain range. However, the Xiong Shou gang only has 8,000 men. The biggest gang in the Taiyang mountain range has nearly 100,000 men. Master, you told me to rather have nothing than to have a shoddy quality. It'll be very difficult for me to find 90,000 true men. Clang! Tung Ching Shan opened the lid of the huge iron box, revealing a large number of armors, helmets, and other items. There are 500 sets of fiery gilt steel battle armor and 1,500 sets of fiery feather battle armor. Tung Ching Shan said solemnly. Fiery gilt steel? Yang Dong's eyes widened. Of course, he knew how powerful the fiery gilt steel was. Tung Ching Shan then took out a black jade bottle from his bosom and said, Dong, there are about 1,000 drops of the elixir of the North Sea in this jade bottle. Every drop of the elixir of the North Sea can create a first-rated warrior. Choose the 500 men you trust the most from the 8,000 men of the Xiong Shou gang. Let them drink the elixir of the North Sea and wear the fiery gilt steel battle armor. Master, I have nothing to say if you want me to attack a county city. Yang Dong couldn't help but shout. 500 first-rated warriors with fiery gilt steel battle armor. They were absolutely invincible. These 508 cavalrymen are the elites. As for the remaining 500 drops of the elixir of the North Sea and 1,500 sets of fiery feather battle armor, you can think of how to use them. Tung Ching Shan instructed, it shouldn't be a problem to rule the entire a mountain range with these, right? No problem. My Xiong Shou gang has always been one of the best gangs in the mountain range. With these, my gang alone can annihilate all the other gangs. Yang Dong chuckled. However, I can't bear to annihilate them. Those are my subordinates. Master, don't worry. Watch how I rule the entire mountain range. Tung Ching Shan smiled and nodded. The a mountain range passed through several counties in the south. The number of bandits, there's close to 1 million. It was completely possible to select an army from them. When the time came, it would be very effective. After all, what the Gui Yuan sect lacked the most was ordinary soldiers. Currently, many sects in the land of the 9 prefectures were watching Yangzhou. Ever since Qinghu Island was burned, they all knew that Qinghu Island would definitely start a war with the Gui Yuan sect. Jia! 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 Other than the 2,000 long gang guards who stayed behind, the other 10,000 long gang guards led 100,000 ordinary soldiers and marched towards the north in a majestic manner. At the northern border of Jiangning County, the army of Qinghu Island, which was originally stationed there, had already been dispatched to a small city called Feng'an City. This small city only had a population of about 100,000 people. But now, with the addition of the army of Qinghu Island, the population of the entire small city exceeded 200,000. If we want to fight, we'll fight the strongest. Thousands of zhang high up in the sky, Tung Ching Shan sat on the back of the undying phoenix amidst the clouds and mist. At a speed similar to that of the army, he rushed towards Feng'an City. In Feng'an City, there are 20,000 silver dragon soldiers and 100,000 ordinary soldiers. They are the strongest force in restraining my Jiangning County city. Now, what we need to do is to destroy them cleanly and cleanly. This time, Besides Tung Ching Shan and the Undying Phoenix, there was also the dreamy cloud martial immortal, Mu Tao, who was extremely belligerent. Mu Tao was currently mixed in with the army. He really hoped that the blind sword master would come. The books of the Wan Xiang sect recorded, on the 3rd day of September, the army of the Gui Yuan sect departed. In the early morning of the 4th day of September, the army of the Gui Yuan sect launched a fierce attack on Feng'an City. Leading the charge were elite warriors clad in blood-red battle armor. There were so many of them that they could not be counted, and they charged towards the city walls at the same time. With 2 leaps, they jumped onto the city walls of Feng and City one after another. Wherever they passed, there were no enemies that could stop them. The battle ended in the time it took to brew a cup of tea. The 20,000 silver dragon soldiers and 100,000 ordinary soldiers had completely collapsed. In this battle, the strongest army of the Gui Yuan sect, the Long Gang army, which was composed entirely of first-rated warriors, was revealed to the world. In front of them, no army or city could stop them. The battle that happened in the early morning of the 4th day of September had completely stunned many sects in the land of the 9 prefectures. When the higher-ups of Qinghu Island and the other counties that were still under control found out that the 20,000 silver dragon soldiers and 100,000 ordinary soldiers had defended the city, they had actually collapsed within the time it took to brew a cup of tea. They were all stunned. This was a battle of 2 completely different levels. This was a battle between an adult and a child. It could be said that this was basically a battle between an adult and a child. It was completely one-sided. For a moment, Qinghu Island, which had originally wanted to suppress the other party with its elite and ordinary soldiers, because their hopes were dashed, many higher-ups of Qinghu Island broke down. Even the higher-ups of a few counties sent secret letters to the Gui Yuan sect, indicating that they wanted to seek refuge with the Gui Yuan sect. This news naturally reached the Heavenly God Palace, which had ambitions towards Yangzhou. Father, the Gui Yuan sect actually has an army of first-rated warriors. The high priestess of the Snowy Lotus cult looked at Pei San, who was still drinking tea, and said, "Moreover, according to the intelligence, the Silver Dragon soldiers can't even break the armor of this first-rated warrior army. Obviously, this army is stronger than the energy-slaughtering guardians. This, the Gui Yuan sect, is so strong. It will be very difficult to deal with it and conquer Yangzhou. Father, what should we do?" The high priestess of the Snowy Lotus cult asked anxiously. "Isn't it better to be strong?" Pei San said with a smile. Chapter 2 up, Chapter 3. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.